Hello? Hello? That's not right. Do 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 do. Oh, hello. Hello. Game's tripping. My game is tripping. There we go. Okay. Let's run this back. Come on. Let's run this back. Run it back.
An angel is generally defined as a supernatural being found in various religions and mythologies. Abrahamic religions often depict angels as benevolent celestial beings who act as intermediaries between God, or heaven, and humanity. Other roles of angels include protecting and guiding human beings, and carrying out tasks on behalf of God. Abrahamic religions often organize angels into hierarchies, although such rankings may vary between sects in each religion. Such angels may receive specific names, such as Gabriel or Michael, or titles, such as Seraph, or Archangel. People have also extended the use of the term angel to various notions of spirits or figures found in other religious traditions.
The game just
The
decides
theological
to
study of
slow
angels
down.
is known as angelology. Angels expelled from heaven are referred to as fallen angels, as distinct from the heavenly host. According to an Associated Press GFK poll, reveals that an overwhelming majority of Americans believe in angels, 77% of adults to be exact. The survey did find that the belief in angels is deeply rooted in Christian belief, with 95% of evangelical
Okay.
Christians saying they believe in angels, while 94% of those who attend weekly religious services of any sort said they also believed. The study also found that even the less religious of people tend to believe on a fairly large scale. For example, 4 in 10 people who never attend religious services say they believe angels exist. The word angel is a perversion of angle.
My Wi-Fi is messing up.
English, angel, Latin, angelus, Greek, angelos, Hebrew, malach. The customary definition of the word angel implies a messenger of God or heaven, a celestial spirit or being, a bringer of tidings, or one that announces. Esoterically understood, angels equal the Angs of El, the sun, the angles of the sun in the zodiac, the 12 messengers or 12 major constellations of the sun, announcing the days, weeks, months, seasons, and year. Angels are nothing more than the constellations and the wandering planets, the celestial beings in heaven, to be understood in its strictest sense as the luminaries positioned in, or relating to the sky, or outer space as observed in astronomy. The ancient human imagination simply attached wings to these beings of light, as they were witnessed moving about through the heavens. The angels were the souls of the stars. And Gad, the son in Aries said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide
So I had perfect internet connection
the day from the night,
prior
and let them be
to
for signs,
getting
and
into
for
this whole
seasons,
thing.
and for days."
But now I
and
have
years. Genesis 1:14.
poor internet connection, which makes no
Angle
sense.
or angel is the same thing, the meaning perverted to suit the religious garb. The word Al or El has reference to the sun, and in some instances the word has been left untranslated, as Bethel, which means house of the sun, and wherever the word Beth is used, it means
the shit?
house, or, in plain English, the stations or positions of the sun, which is simply and purely astrological. The Elohim or Alim are the supposed tutelary angels, or presiding genii of the 6 summer months, and are consequently angels of the sun or angels of light. Hence, all their names end in El, as Michael, Gabriel, Samuel, Raphael, Sekael, Casael, Anael. The tutelary angels of the 6 winter months have names ending with on, thus Dragon, Dagon, Apollyon, Abaddon, Aaron, Gideon. But as the influence of winter was considered adverse, these angels are the angels of darkness. Moses is a term applied to, and means the sun, and the
Okay, here we go.
esoteric
Now
meaning of Moses Sedarim is the sun in summer and winter. Parkhurst says, but Al, or El was the very name the
we
heathens
should be
gave to
good.
their god Sol, their lord or ruler of the
some
hosts
lagging.
of heaven. It is a very common practice with the priests not always to translate a word, but sometimes to leave it in
Should
the
be fine
original,
now.
and sometimes to translate it as it may suit their purpose. Sometimes one, sometimes the other. Thus they use the word Messiah or anointed as they find it best serves their object. Thus, again, it is with the word El in numerous places. For instance, in Genesis 28, verse 12, and he called the name of the place Bethel, instead of he called the place the house of the sun. The word Beth means house, and El sun. Ai was situated between Bithon and
That's not
Bethel,
me. I don't
and
have
these were
horns.
temples of the sun, under his different titles of On and El.
Yeah.
Speaking of the word Jabneel, Sir W. Drummond says, El, in the composition of these Canaanite names, does not signify deus, but soul, sun. This confirms what I have before observed from Parkhurst. Thus, Kabzeel literally means the congregation of the sun.
Alright, what do we
Messiah
got here?
El, a manifest corruption of the word
I don't have
Messiah,
enough
the
dudes.
anointed of El, or the sun.
We're getting more
Carmel,
dudes.
the vine of El, or of the Sunday Migdal El Horim, the station of the burning sun.
Crew.
Amraphel, Ammon, or the sun in Aries,
Crew-
here
oh.
denominated Amraphel, Agnes
What do I need?
Morabilis. El Talid signifies the sun, or the god of generation. In all the above named examples the word El ought to be written Al.
How can
In
I?
the original it is Al, and this
Recruits
word means the god
remaining,
Mithra
0.
the sun, as the preserver
What?
or savior.
Oh, here we go.
In my
Let's
father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. John 14:2. The zodiac has 12 divisions which are called houses, or mansions
Some
as
bull-
distinct from the signs.
Bull crap.
These houses are divisions of the heavens which have relation to the diurnal rotation of the earth on its axis, as
Boom.
distinguished from its annual revolution around the sun, and the one method of division is analogous to the other, in precisely the same way that dawn,
Death
noon,
stance.
sunset, and midnight are respectively analogous to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The
Put
12
this
sons of
motherfucker out
Jacob
there,
are,
put
labeled
this
as
dude out there.
stars, in Genesis 37, 8 through
Put
10,
him out there.
pictured as the 12 constellations, Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33, and later their tribes encamped around the earthly tabernacle encampment, was a parable of the heavenly tabernacle. In Psalms 19 1 through 4, we see the heavenly tabernacle for the sun. This tabernacle is the zodiac. It is evident from the book of Enoch that the sons of Elohim were the angels of the stars, the sons of El. And Lucifer, or Satan, was by transformation an angel of light, or as it is rendered, a star of light, the stars anciently being considered angels, or the homes of angels, and were sometimes addressed as angels. We have then Christ as the morning star, a light to lighten, etc., and Satan or Lucifer, a star of light. Both are stars and both are lights. The Hellenistic sense of angel was a semantic loan word from the Hebrew. Malach, king, angel, messenger. The root of the Hebrew word malach, angel, is the Ugaritic verb vel, kh, to send. The Hebrew word translated angel, in the Old Testament, is malach. It comes from lach, which signifies to send forth, hence, malach, angel, signifies a messenger, one sent. Angels are so called, because they were first revealed to man, as the messengers of God. Malach is the root of the name of the prophet Malachi, whose name means my messenger. In modern Hebrew, malach is the general word for angel. It is also related to the words for angel. Malak, in Arabic, Aramaic, and Ethiopic. The noun derives from the verbal consonantal root elke, meaning specifically to send with a message. Malak, Moloch, has his prophet, priest, Malachi. The worship of Malach or Moloch had in the most ancient period united itself with that of El Saturnus. Traces of the root from which Moloch is derived are to be found in the Milikos, Malika, and Malcantor of the Phoenicians. With the last mentioned may be compared Adram Melech, the fire god of Sepharvaim. The Tyrian Hercules was the same as Moloch the king, Bel Moloch, Malak Bel. Next, as to the Moloch cult, the rabbins assure us, says Calmet, that this idol was of brass, sitting upon a throne of the same metal, adorned with a royal crown, having the head of a calf, and his arms extended as if to embrace anyone. Moloch, Molech, a fallen angel in Paradise Lost, 11:4, where he is described as the fiercest spirit that fought in heaven, now fiercer by despair. In Hebrew lore, he is a Canaanitish god of fire to whom children were sacrificed. Solomon built a temple to him, 1 Kings 2.
We're
7.
lagging like that.
The root of the
That's the
word
type of
Molech is
lagging
the
we're
same as
getting.
that of Melech or king, and hence he is identified with Melkam, their king. Melach Bel, Moloch, is the sun god.
Skip.
Make it El, Mekali Lael, the strength of God,
You're just
or
gonna
it
have
is
to
the
figure
sun
this
god
out.
Almal, Mel, Umala, Moloch, Melkart. Compare the names Milo,
I don't know what else to close out.
Melkar. The Arab Hebrews, having turned the
Yes.
gods into angels, added El as a termination to the names, signifying that they are the powers or angels of God. Elam, Elam, was the son, Elam Melech, Moloch. Molech, a king, Moloch, Milcom, Melkam, the principal idol of the Ammonites, he had the face of an ox. The worship of Molech is evidently alluded to, though not expressively mentioned, in connection with star worship. Yea, he took up the tabernacle of Moloch, and the star of your god Remphan. Astrologically overstood. Yea, ye took up the house of Taurus and the star, or constellation of your god Remphan, Chaivan, Saturn, Typhon. The sun in Taurus was represented by Moloch the Polaris. The star is more than likely the northern star, Polaris, or the former ruling polar star Thuban. Due to the precession of Earth's rotational axis, Thuban was the naked-eye star closest to the North Pole from 39 to 42
Oh.
BC, when it superseded Iota Draconis as the pole star, until 17 to 93 BC, when it was superseded by Kappa Draconis. It was closest to
Alright,
the
I
pole
think I
in 28 to 30 BC, when it was
I
less
fixed
than
it
10 arc minutes
somewhat.
away from the pole. It
Alright.
remained within 1 degree of
Let's see what
celestial
the
north for nearly 200 years afterwards, and even 900 years after its closest approach, was just 5 degrees off the pole.
Let's go
Thuban was
kill some
considered the pole star
monsters.
until about 1800 BC. Typhon's star is the bear, Ursa Major. In Egypt, the dragon was called Typhon. Now Mr. Proctor, the astronomer, considers the lesser bear to have once been a portion of the dragon, which has been made a separate constellation. This view is corroborated by the mythos, by the figure of the polar dragon, and the type of the seven-headed dragon. In the Book of Enoch, Leviathan, the Arabic tandem for Draco, is called a female monster, and Behemoth is a male, whereas the Egyptian Bekhmut is the great bear, hippopotamus. But, in spite of any shifting, the double type of Sut Typhon remains in the great bear and the seven-headed dragon. Proclus, second book of his commentary on Euclid, says, "The pole of the world is called by the Pythagoreans the soul of Rhea." This was Rerid, or Typhon in Egypt. Here, then, in the seven-headed dragon of the pole, we have the Tan of Darkness and Eclipse with 7 stars for its heads called 7 crowns in Revelation, taking a starry shape by night, in what was assuredly one of the first figures set in heaven. One group of 7 stars represents the mother, and one her son, or her sevenfold progeny, as the seven-headed
doing?
dragon.
Where's my...
The Great Bear, the constellation of Typhon, still continues the name of Teper-Tep, for example in the star Dupa. In like manner the Arabs have preserved the Typhonian character of Draconis in calling the old pole star Thubener al-Thuben, the dragon, the Karib Tupan, the god of darkness and thunder. This name further identifies the star in
get over here.
constellation with Sut Typhon depicted at the center of the planisphere. Now, as the earthly states, the greater part, despotic, had already their monarchs, and as the sun was apparently the monarch of the skies, the summer hemisphere, empire of light, and its constellations, a people of white angels, had for king an enlightened god, a creator intelligent and good. And as every rebel faction must have its chief, the heaven of winter, the subterraneous empire of darkness and woe, and its stair, a people of black angels, giants or demons, had for their
Whoa.
chief a malignant genius, whose character was
Whoa.
applied by different persons to the constellation which to them was the most remarkable. The trinity of evils that threaten the destruction of man and his works consists of the cold of winter, the heat of summer, and the floods. These were personified in Cain. He first, as winter, destroyed summer, personified by Abel, Ab, father, El, son. El is the Chaldean name for Baal. The Egyptians called the constellations On, that being the name of the sun in their language, thus Dagon, Ammon, Gibeon, etc. The Hebrews called the constellations Beths, houses. They were the domiciles of the sun. Bethlehem was the house of bread, or the harvest month, Bethany the house of destitution, Beth Dagon the house of the fishes, etc. Dagon is the fish god of Egypt and India, from which probably came the legend of the mermaid, Dagon being represented under the form of a human
Dagon.
being and a fish combined. The 12 constellations in the band of the zodiac, and
Daggone
36 north and
mermaids.
south, are more ancient than any written record. Their origin is unknown, and it is uncertain whether the religious notions of the ancients grew out of these rude delineations in the skies, or gave birth to them, although probably they are twin sisters and grew up together. We know that the ancient astrologers had submitted all the productions of nature to the influence of the celestial signs, and had arranged the plants, the trees, the animals, the precious stones, the elementary qualities, the colors, which, under the 12 signs of the zodiac, according to the analogies which they thought to have discovered between these things, and the particular character of the sun in each sign of the zodiac. Among these classifications we must notice that of the precious stones, which they distributed exactly in the same order as we find them in the Apocalypse, each of them under its peculiar sign, and as in the distribution of the 4 seasons, 3 months are allotted to each, so we find the corresponding precious stones ranged by 3 in the city, which has 12 gates and 12 foundations, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels. There were 3 gates on the east, 3 on the north,
Zodiacs.
3 on the south and 3 on the west. Revelation 21, 12 through 13. Each of the sides of the holy city looks to one of the cardinal points of the world. The 3 eastern signs are those of spring, those of the west belong to autumn, those on the south mark the summer, and the winter occupies the north. Astrologers and poets gave 12 gates to the city of the sun, and made a particular wind issue from each of them. The author of the Apocalypse places a genius, or angel, at each gate, and these angels preside over the winds. All these figures are nothing else but astrological emblem, connected with the Chaldean and Persian system of genii or angels, from whom the Jews, during the captivity, and perhaps some time before, borrowed this doctrine, and derived the very names of these angels. The Christians copied from this double source, and the identity existing between the vision of Ezekiel and Daniel, and that of the author of the Apocalypse, if it copied a whole chapter from the former, is a new proof that not only all the essential dogmas of Christianity existed many centuries previous to the reign of Herod the Great, but that these elements, formed in the very bosom of the Jewish religion, a connected doctrine professed by its most mystical sects, blended with the Pythagorean, Zoroastrian, and Platonic doctrines. Ezekiel and Daniel contain the fundamental dogmas of the Christian religion, and the application of their prophecies or visions to Christ or to the Son, restorer of nature in the spring, and destroyer of the serpent in winter, to the Lamb, son of a virgin, dead and restored to life, is most exact and true. The only mistake consists in taking an emblem for a man, and figurative language for an expression of plain facts. But does
It
not
wants me to go
John
to
in
Stormwind
Revelation
Harbor, but,
7:1
like,
speak of 4 angels standing on the 4
feel
corners
like
of the earth?
Who's this
Yes,
dude?
and it also says these angels were holding the 4 winds of the earth, which is conclusive proof, from an astrological standpoint, that John spoke of the cardinal angels, north,
Destroyers,
south, east and west as quarters, and every angle is a quarter. The circle is made up of angles. The 4 winds equals the 4 seasons.
I was gonna
These
mess
4
this dude
beasts are Taurus the bull, Leo the lion, Aquarius the water bear, and the flying eagle, which are the 4 cardinal signs of the seasons, representing spring, summer, autumn and winter. The stars are the angels of the 7 churches. The 7 churches equals the 7 houses of the zodiac equals the 7 productive months of summer. The 7 productive months were designated the favored 7, and were given the epithet of the kingdom of heaven, while the 5 winter or unproductive months were known as Hades, or the kingdom of darkness. Another and most important division of the stars was into good and bad, beneficent and malevolent. With the Persians, the former, of the zodiacal constellations, were from Aries to Virgo, inclusive, and the latter from Libra to Pisces, inclusive.
Sup,
Hence the
my
good
man?
angels and genii, and the bad angels, devs, evil genii, devils, fallen angels, titans and giants of the mythology. The other 36 constellations were equally divided, 18 on each side, or, with those of the zodiac, 24. On the sounding of the 5th angel which followed, I saw in my vision a star fall from heaven, unto the earth. A star falling from heaven. Stars, in the language of prophecy, signify angels. But the most important of all things to be observed is, that though Satan is preeminently called an adversary, and the adversary, in the strictly geometrical significance of that word, as that side of the Areopagus is adverse, or the diametrically opposite to this, and a diameter drawn from any one of these signs of the zodiac, would pass into his adversary, and any 2 persons, standing opposite to each other, adversary, in relation to their respective positions, he is never called hostis, inimicus, nor by any other name, which would signify a moral hostility or unfriendliness. For opposition is not hostility, and an adversary, therefore, not a term of immoral, but of an astronomical significance, which significancy will be found as the basis of every one of the names given to Satan, and is the key that unlocks the whole mystery. For, as the sun passes successively through every degree of these 12 signs of the zodiac, the sign in which the sun, at any given time, is found to be, is for that season or time, the supreme god, and the directly opposite sign is the accuser, the adversary, or the devil, so that they are each of them both god and devil in their turns. All the titles and names of the devil found in scripture, not excepting one, are the common names of the supreme god. Yet all of them, not excepting one, are directly indicative of the annual phenomena of the sun's apparent progress through the 12
Oh,
months
what
of the year.
crap is that?
Nor is there a single allusion to the character of Satan, either in the Old or New Testament, but what bears an astronomical sense, and will bear no other. The Prince of Darkness is, of course, the adversary of the Prince of Light, and constantly persecutes or follows after him, as the night must follow the day, and the cold and cheerless reign of winter succeeds the summer. As the earth presents its whole surface successively to the sun, the illuminated half was the kingdom of heaven, while the dark side, being adverse to the sun, even diabolically adverse, was symbolically represented as the kingdom of the powers of darkness, and literally called Hades, or the invisible world, or hell, or bottomless pit, which, indeed, most literally is bottomless, there being no bottom nor conceivable limit, to the extent of infinite space, towards which the earth presents its adverse or
did I
diabolical
win?
surface. And it is none other than the language of the sun
resources.
eclipsed by the earth, which we read in the allegorical complaint of Jonah when swallowed up by the Cetus, or fish of winter. I went down into the belly of hell, the earth, with her bars, was about me forever. It is the angel of the bottomless pit, of whom St. John, in the 9th of the Revelation, tells us that he was king over the scorpions, or angels that were like scorpions, and that had tails like unto scorpions,
no.
and there were stings in their tails, and
I
their
don't wanna
power
fight
was
him
to
again.
hurt men 5 months. Now there is the scorpion, in the gates of hell, that is, the genius of October. Count if you please, the 5 that are under him, or over which he reigns, October, November, December, January, February, and then in March, behold the Lamb of God, that taketh away the sin of the world. It is the same eternal Son, who appears as God the Creator, and that Lamb of God who opens the kingdom of heaven to all believers, who appearing in the adverse sign, the diabolus, or devil in the worm that never dieth, who, standing there, in October, the gates of hell, is still the fire that never shall be
Where
quenched.
is...
And this is the solution of that enigmatical language of St. Paul, whose purport is to show that Jesus Christ and the devil are really but one and the self-same God, under different manifestations. The devil becoming Christ, when at the vernal equinox, he ascends into
Oh,
heaven,
sweet.
and Christ, in turn,
There's my
becoming
dude.
the devil, when he descended into hell, the proper seat and kingdom of Satan. Now that he ascended, says the apostle,
There he is
what is
over
it,
here.
but that he also descended first into
Oh,
the
he
lower
disappeared.
parts of the earth. He that descended is the same also that ascended, far above all heavens, that he might fill all things, that is, that he might pass through every one of the signs of the zodiac, as he does every year, thus accomplishing his annual ministry.
Did it.
Abaddon, the lost
Where's
one,
that?
the sun in winter,
There's like
or
a
darkness. The sun was also
rabbit or
worshipped under the title Abaddon, which, as we are informed by the evangelist, was the same as Apollo. Abaddon mentioned in the book of Revelation is certainly some serpent deity, since the prefix Ab signifies not only father, but serpent. The Hebrew or Chaldean terminal, on, is also significant in this context. It signifies sorrow, strength, iniquity. It is found in the
Oh,
word
I
Abaddon,
killed it.
the prince of iniquity, which is, by Dean, said to mean the serpent lord, but it is probably
run away.
derived from the Persian word Zon, the sun. The Greeks added it to their word Apollyon, the destroyer. St. John says that the two names have the same meaning. They had a king over them, who is the angel of the bottomless pit. His name, in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. Abaddon, mentioned in the Revelation, is supposed by Bryant to have been the name of the Ophite god, with whose worship the world had been so long infected. This worship began among the people of Chaldea, who built the city of Ophis upon the Tigris, and were
How many more
greatly
rabbits
addicted
I
to
gotta get?
divination, and to the worship of the serpent.
3 more.
The Chaldean
rabbits.
word Abaddon, a
Okay, it's
title
the
of the
gold one.
Prince of Darkness, is thought to signify the Serpent Lord, and would thus be
What does this
identical in meaning with Bel, Baal, Belial. It is identical also with the Hebrew Ab, and the Greek names Python, the Pythian Apollo, and Apollyon. The term Ab generally signifies a father, but, in this instance, it certainly relates to a serpent, which was indifferently styled Ab, Ob, and Ob. I take Abaddon, or, as it is mentioned in the Revelation, Abaddon, to have been the name of the same Ophite god, with whose worship the world had been so long infected. He is termed by the evangelist, the angel of the bottomless pit, that is, the prince of darkness. In another place he is described as the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil, and Satan. Hence I think that the learned Heinsius is very right in the opinion which he has given upon this passage, when he makes Abaddon the same as the serpent Pytho.
Bing, boom, bing, boom, bing, boom, 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 bing, boom, 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 bing, boom. Rapping on this beat because it's disgusting. I like the
Hence,
way
with
this
all the
beat
references
goes
just
flesh,
cited,
and I know
it
that
is in my
it
learned
gets like
opinion
little
that the
baby
angel of the
ups.
bottomless
I
pit,
like
who is
the
called
way
the
that it
Destroyer, Apollyon,
goes off.
and Abaddon, can be none other than the winter sun of the ousted 13th sign of the zodiac, Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. Given the keys to the bottomless pit in Revelation, it is exactly in this sign, Ophiuchus, who symbolically opens and leads the son of winter from November through December into the pit, the abyss,
What am I
Hades,
supposed to do
Sheol,
now?
or hell.
Ice Wolf Pack leaders killed. Okay, where they at? Where they at?
And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. Revelation 12, 3-4. The name of this great constellation is Draco, the dragon, the trodden on. The chief star has several ancient names, such as Al-Wade, who is to be destroyed, Thuban, the subtle, Al-Dib, the reptile. This was the pole star from 4 to 6,000 years ago, singularly answering to the scriptural designation of Satan as the god and prince of this world. To this day this star is still observed as a very important star to nautical men, and the direction of commerce upon the seas, just as the dragon power still largely prevails. The second star in this constellation is Rastaben, head of the subtle, the third, Atman, the long serpent, the dragon, Grumian, the deceiver, El-Athik, the fraudful, another, El-Asai, the humbled, brought down, another, Jonser, the punished enemy. Roots corresponding to all these words are contained in the Hebrew scriptures, where they are used in the senses here given. And there was a war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels. Revelation 12, 7. There is scarcely an Oriental nation whose religion has been commemorated in history, but that has preserved in its traditions the story of a celestial battle or war in heaven, similar to that referred to in the above text. Titan, according to the Roman legends, rebelled against Jupiter, and thereby stirred up a war in heaven. But Jupiter prevailed and cast him and his rebel host over the battlements of heaven, as Michael and his angels did the dragon, and imprisoned them under mountains, where they, from our sacred hill, holy mountain, with fury thrown, deep in the dark Tartarian gulf shall ever groan. And it was the belief of the superstitious classes that it was the attempt of this infernal host to rise and liberate themselves, which produced all the earthquakes and volcanoes. And the battle of the Titans, children of heaven, against the gods of Olympus in the upper world, is found in the mythological traditions of ancient Greece. And then we have in Egyptian traditions the story of Typhon, the devil, rebelling and making war against Osiris, who cut him to pieces. The Chinese relate a battle between the inhabitants of the clouds and the stars, the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world, headed the starry host and conquered. With the Persians, who seem to have the original copy or edition of the story, the scene was an astronomical one. The war broke out in heaven between the summer god and winter god, which was simply a contest between the seasons of summer and winter, that is, between heat and cold.
Yo, what's up?
The winter
What's
god was hurled
up?
out of paradise and became a fallen angel.
Horde.
Each had a retinue of subordinate angels, as in St. John's case. And here we will call attention to a curious circumstance in the choice of names which St. John selected for the principal combatants in his
finna go.
account of the celestial combat. Michael is his good angel, and Dragon his bad or wicked angel. Now let it be noted here, that the last syllable of Michael is El, which is the Hebrew name for God, the genitive case being Eloi, Eloi lama sabachthani, is a prayer to God in the Hebrew language. And On, the last syllable for Dragon, is the Egyptian name for God. Hence, it is simply the Hebrew god El, in battle array against the Egyptian god On. And of course St. John would represent that the Hebrew god, or angel god, Michael, conquered. On was also a name for God among the Babylonians. And it is a curious circumstance, that whenever the Hebrew and the Hebrew-descended Christians, hating as they did the Egyptians and Babylonians, because they had conquered and enslaved their ancestors, had occasion to refer to or speak of the god of either of these
The
nations,
Egyptians
they would
cuckold.
employ some odious and even devilish title as the Dragon, Typhon, Dagon, Abaddon, Apollyon,
Badon.
Python. Some of these were very honorable, lofty and sacred titles or names for God among the ancient Babylonians and Egyptians. But the Jews and Christians have dragged down their gods and converted them into devils, or rather, they have stolen their sacred title for God, and rendered it odious by applying it to the devil, as Typhon, Dagon, the Dragon, etc. While, on the other hand, they deified some of their own angels and ancient worthies, by attaching to them names either at the commencement or
True.
termination,
Dagon,
the Hebrew
Dragon,
title for God, El, as Gabriel,
Dagon.
Michael, Israel, Elisha, Elijah,
Dagon, the
etc.
head.
They were thus godified or
Bag
deified.
on the head.
In view of these facts, it is not to be wondered at that St. John should speak of Babylon as being the mother of harlots and abomination,
Babylon.
and rank Egypt with Sodom and
Babylon,
Gomorrah,
Babylon,
and that Bible
Babylon.
writers should use the name of both Egypt and
Oh, look at
Babylon
this.
as synonyms for everything hateful, disdainful, odious, or wicked.
Pick up.
It was but the natural, practical or wicked, outworking of their pent-up feelings of revenge. And thus the
How
great
about
enigma,
this?
Mystery Babylon, is solved. Reader, please read and reflect upon these things. The belief has obtained wide acceptance in the
Readers.
Christian world that the devil alias the dragon is a fallen angel. And St. John speaks of the dragon falling from his angel ship and being cast into the bottomless pit. And how did old Captain Dragon, captain of the infernal goats, fall? Let us inquire. Why, he simply fell into the hands of Christendom, who assumed the license to metamorphose him from a god to a devil. They dragged him from the throne of God in the Babylonian and Egyptian heavens, armed him with horns, hooves and tail, and converted him into a devil, a fallen angel, dragon, and cast him into the bottomless pit, as a retaliation for the bondage endured at the hands of these nations in times past. And as this dragon came down from heaven, according to the mystic and apocalyptic St. John, his tail becoming entangled among the starry worlds, tore 1/3 of them loose from their orbits, and precipitated them down upon our little planet. We suggest that he must have been nearly all tale, or rather that this story is all a tale. No wonder that the kingdom of heaven suffered violence. However, astronomically speaking, it is literally true, for according to Bird's Geography of the Heavens, the astronomical dragon spreads over a pretty large portion of the canopy, embracing at least 5 large constellations. And as to his falling, it is even so, for the dragon, now the sign for October, under the name of Scorpio, has fallen. Being once away up in the harvest month, August, by the precession of the equinoxes, he fell lower and lower, until he sunk clear below the southern horizon into the bottomless pit, or pit of darkness.
Where's
The conception of fallen angels is neither new nor original to the Christian's Bible. The Hindu Bible, at least 3,000 years old, the Vedas, gives in its 3rd chapter, a somewhat detailed account of the fall of angels, while the 4th chapter prescribes or describes their mode of punishment, which consisted in being hurled down from their lofty positions in paradise, because they rebelled against heaven, that is, the Trinity in unity, Brahma,
here we
Vishnu and Deva, and were precipitated into Andera, the deep dark pit there to remain until
Here we
the
go, let's go
intercessor,
this way.
called, also, the Lamb of
see
God,
what's going
the
on
second
over here.
person of the Trinity, would plead for them and have them delivered, having first, however, to serve, but their 1,000 years of probation, which reminds us of St. John's dragon being bound for 1,000 years. The Persian tradition of fallen angels found in their Bible, the Zendavesta, is somewhat similar, excepting that out of 30 different orders of angels, they had but one to fall, who thereby became Peres, a devil.
Daggone dragon. That's a daggone dragon. Daggone dragon.
What is the soul?
What is
Where
the
is
soul?
it? Can you measure it?
Can you measure it?
Touch it?
Touch it.
Recreate it? Do near-death experiences, reincarnation, and unexplained brain activity indicate the existence of the soul? These are questions that have intrigued and haunted people since they first walked the earth. Today, in the 21st century, experts are closing in on some answers, using new technology and new understandings to unlock the secrets of the soul.
Unlock the secrets of the soul.
21
Well, yo,
grams,
but-
less than 1
21
ounce.
friends.
A weight attributed to the soul by a Boston physician in 1907.
Oh my god, no way. What is going on
Dr.
here?
Duncan
Went the wrong
McDougall
way.
conducted a ghoulish experiment. He watched 6 people die. Dr. McDougall wanted to know whether the soul existed, so he built a delicate scale to determine whether humans got lighter at the moment of death. In just one of the deaths, McDougall recorded a weight change of less than 1 ounce, 21 grams. His experiment got a tiny mention in the New York Times, more of a curiosity than news. Although no one since has been able to duplicate McDougall's macabre test, it's still remembered today as the first time that modern science attempted to quantify the existence of the soul.
You ain't gonna get me, haha. Not
Cultures
either.
since the beginning of civilization haven't needed nor relied on scientific evidence of the soul. A core belief for most cultures and religions is that when our bodies
Frosty
die,
the
there is an
dragon.
immortal part of us that remains past death, our soul.
All the world's great major
Oh, wow.
religions talk about us as
Oh,
being
wow.
souls, as truly being spiritual beings that are incarnated here in our bodies, and that the death of our physical
way.
body is not the death of us, it's the death of the
Whoa.
body. That us, that special
we supposed to
spark
go?
that is us, I call that the soul, it
I think I went the wrong
leaves.
way.
There's a lot of question right now about how much of
Come on, back
the
up.
irrational, mysterious,
Oh, what?
supernatural aspects of life we can explain through science. And many, many scientists are directing their attention toward those questions. And I applaud that. But I also think that religion is a language for the stuff
There it is.
that we don't understand. And one of the reasons that religion is so
Whoa.
fascinating to me is that it is, by definition,
Wow.
paradoxical,
How did
oxymoronic.
that make
Like,
any sense?
things don't fit rationally together. You want to live forever and you want to keep changing. You want to have an immortal soul and you want to hug your grandma. You know, these things don't fit together. They're not rational.
To trace the history of the modern, Western view of the soul, the trail begins in the 3rd century BC. Alexander the Great swept across Europe and Asia, and Greek thinking
here.
spread like wildfire. The Greeks, above all others, set the stage for what we believe about the soul today.
The Greeks believed that your body was unimportant, in fact, even bad. It was the place where all of your most base impulses resided. So lust, greed, hunger, childbearing, everything that was yucky about human life resided in the body. And everything that was good and true about human life resided in the soul, which was in the head. So when you died, your soul ascended to God, and your body resided in the ground. You didn't need it anymore.
The Greeks believed in reincarnation, that the soul can move on to a new body. As Christianity conquered the world, the Greek idea of body and soul being separate things was eclipsed by the evolving Christian notion that body and soul are part of the same whole.
Because in the Greek context, you had your soul went up to heaven after you died, and your body was dirt, dust, nothing. The Christian teaching
God dang it. I was
is
rocking.
that your body and your soul are one thing.
There we go.
You can't have one without the other. Together, they make you.
Christian ideas of what does my soul look like raise questions that people joke about,
That's
but it remains one of life's great mysteries, where we go and what we are after we die, and which me is my soul.
Am I me when I was, 26? Or am I me when I am 80? Or am I
What
me
is
with
this?
my wrinkles? Or am I me without my wrinkles? Am I me with my cancer? Am I me without my cancer? Those questions start to get people hung up, and then they start to be kind of funny and silly. But the yearning itself is real and powerful. So it's a conundrum, like all of these things.
There we go.
Christian
Found that
beliefs
way back up.
eventually deviated even further from the Greeks, who considered the soul separate from the body, like an energy force.
What a bunch of crap.
Christian souls were more like ghosts with shapes.
Like in Dante's Inferno, etc., you see all these souls. Okay? They seem
What
like
the-
bodies. Dante can recognize them, but they're souls. They're
Oh,
souls that are shaped like bodies. So they've taken on a certain amount of somatism, which I think shows how hard it is for Christianity to separate body and souls. That even these souls, which were pronounced as completely immaterial, there's no matter in them. Nevertheless, they can be perceived that way.
The West inherited a combination of Greek and Christian apocalyptic ideas about what the soul is, which is more confounding today than it was in its own time. If the soul leaves the body after death, where does it go in the years or even centuries it may have to wait? until the day that Jesus returns to judge the living and the dead.
What do you do in the period between the Last Judgment and when a person dies? Well, what is the soul just on itself? I mean, how do we envisage the soul without the body? It's very, very difficult.
What the scholars of early Christianity say, for example, is that we've made it into a mush. That in those days, there was a word for resurrection, which meant resurrection. And there was a combination of words for immortality of the soul, which meant something different. And now when we talk about heaven and afterlife, we mush it all together. And we mean heaven, and we mean resurrection, and we mean immortality of the soul, and we mean seeing grandma, and we mean seeing Jesus, and we mean hearing harps, and we don't disentangle these ideas. But in the ancient world, they were very distinct ideas. You were either in the immortality of the soul camp, or you were in the resurrection camp.
Since resurrection involves bodies and immortality involves souls, René Descartes tried to reconcile the two by focusing on consciousness. In the 17th century, he famously wrote, "I think, therefore I am." Since then, scientists believed that if there is a soul, it resides somewhere in the brain, but they haven't found it yet. And today, we're still grappling with the problem. Is the existence of the soul a question for science or religion to answer?
Religion is a way for us to talk about and think about those aspects of human life that are beyond us.
Somehow I
And
ended up over here, which is
So
where I was trying to go.
let science keep probing, because it must, and yet let us keep acknowledging, through whatever language works for us, whether it's poetry or art or religion, that there are aspects to the human experience and to human yearning that fail to meet categories. And I think the soul is one of those things. We want to believe that there's something special about us that lives forever. And we want to believe that we will commune with those we love at some later point.
Commune.
We don't want to lose those people. And those yearnings are powerful and important.
Those yearnings require that consciousness be something separate from the brain, that it is something not material, but magical. The spiritual among us believe one thing.
I have seen men, women, old, young, all faiths, all gender orientations, atheists, believers, all religious traditions. I believe it is a universal human phenomenon. It's part of being human, that we are all souls, and that each soul sometimes has the capacity to have a spiritual experience in certain circumstances.
The scientific among us hold another view.
I don't think consciousness is some supernatural soul that is not measurable scientifically, that's somehow associated with our natural brain. I also don't think there's a mystical world beyond what we can measure. If something actually exists, then it's part of the real world, and ultimately we should be able to detect it.
A Louisiana boy offers incredible evidence that should satisfy both sides of the soul debate. His case offers proof that the soul is real, that it can be reincarnated, and that science can study it. According to a 2007 Pew Research Center poll, 81% of Americans say they believe in an afterlife. 45% believe in ghosts.
I personally had an experience where I saw the spirit of my grandfather after he died. And I haven't gone to the place where I believe it was true. And yet it felt true to me. It felt real to me. And I am very sympathetic with those feelings that people have. They see the ghosts or the spirits of people they've lost. They have a traumatic physical experience and they see things. And I actually think that soul is more a matter of faith than proof.
Today, scientists are studying people who make a compelling case that they used to be someone else. At the University of Virginia, a group of psychiatrists use science to unlock the secrets of reincarnation. Since the 1960s, the Division of Perceptual Studies has been collecting cases of children
Here's the deal.
who claim past life memories.
I'm getting out of here.
They now have files on 2,500 children.
Well, I think what the research shows is that for people who are open to considering the possibility that there is
10 frames worth
evidence
of it.
that consciousness at times can exist
All right, so
separately
we're
from
here.
a functioning brain.
What is this? Go over
So in the cases of these children's reports, if you look at the best cases, they provide evidence that at times there can be this carryover of
right, good.
memories and emotions
goodness.
that seem
Goodness.
carried over from one life and
All
then
right.
continue on in another.
What is it that we need to do?
May 2000,
there's something we need to
Lafayette, Louisiana.
But I forgot what it
A mother
was.
awakens to hear the screams of her 2-year-old son.
Oh yeah,
He
that's
was
right.
laying on his back,
All right, we need to
and he was
look at our
kicking his
book.
feet up like this
All
and
right, so
pounding
this
his
is
fists like this, just kicking and
8.1
kicking and
school
screaming
downs.
at the top
We
of
did
his
about
lungs.
School downs.
Andrea Leininger cannot
think we're
soothe
gonna
her
move
baby
this
James.
Here.
Eventually, he falls back to sleep. She thinks the nightmare is over,
Instant.
but
So this
really,
is here,
it is
this
just beginning.
Then the
Instant,
next
but
night he had
8.1
another one. It was
school
the
down.
exact same thing, the same exact kicking motion.
Instant.
And
Wait,
the
what?
more he had it, the more bizarre it became
26
because it was
cool
so
cool
specific and so repetitive.
This marked the start of one of the best documented cases of possible reincarnation
Channel.
in history.
1 minute cooldown.
Today, James Leininger is 12.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I play
27
sports, baseball, soccer, go to Ascension Episcopal School.
4 minutes.
I have a lot of
1
friends
minute.
there. The other kids, when they were younger, say, I want to be a fireman. I want to be an astronaut. But I was always, I want to be a fighter pilot. I want to be in the Marines.
I need.
Oh, you got your school pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, they came out nice.
From the age of 3, James's parents began to hear stories from their son that shocked them. That their son was recalling things that connected him to a Navy pilot who died in 1945. They were skeptical.
Oh my God.
Bruce is an HR manager in the oil industry. Andrea is a former ballerina turned instructor. As Christians, they never believed in reincarnation, but they began to piece together an amazing story. The first clue came from the terrifying, non-stop nightmares that James began having at the age of 2.
He was saying, airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out. Airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out. That's when I was like, oh my God, is that what he's been dreaming this entire time?
What he was saying wasn't registering as much on me as what he was doing. He was flailing around in bed. And I remember the very specific thought I had at that point. This looks like The Exorcist. He was freaking out. I had this thought, he possessed. What is going on here?
Within a year, the visions that greeted James in his nightmares began taking shape when he was wide awake.
Hold on now.
I was reading to James,
All right,
and then
this
he
definitely needs.
sat up and he goes, Mama, the little man's going like this. And he laid down and he goes, and he did the same thing he did in his dream. He was kicking his feet up and he goes, the little man's going like this. Ooh, 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 can't get out, can't get out. And I sat him back up and I said, who's the little man? And he goes, me. It still makes my hair stand up. And Bruce said, what happened to your plane? And he said, it crashed on fire. And he said, why did your airplane crash? And he said, it got shot. And Bruce said, who shot your plane? And he went, oh, the Japanese.
James then gave his parents the next uncanny clue, one that was very specific. The name of a ship from which he says his aircraft took off.
So I said, well, did your boat have a name? And he said, Natoma. And I'd never heard the word before. And I went down the hall and got onto the computer and Googled it. And down around hit 300, all there was this thing, Natoma Bay CVE 62. Clicked on it, and up comes this history of a
let's
World
try to
War
find
II
some stuff
aircraft
now.
carrier. And so that
It was-
was the beginning of what the heck is going on here?
Standing there staring at this picture of this little, it was like an aerial photo of this little aircraft carrier in the water, and we just stood there staring at it for a long time.
I had no answers. You know, how could he know this? How could he know a person? How could he know a ship? And what did all this mean? So that was where I really just said, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what I'm going to find, but I'm not going to stop looking until I get as many answers as I can get.
Wait, where did the...
This was enough to send Bruce on an investigation, doing his own research. Over the next 2 years, he learned about the men from the Natoma Bay, both living and dead. And James kept giving his parents additional, tantalizing, eerie clues.
Well, I kept asking him, do you remember what your name was? Do you remember what your name was? And he always said James. And I thought, well, he's 2, he's confused. He thinks I'm asking him what his name is.
Then, James started drawing.
That was one of my mission things.
The mission thing, you remember that?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite ones.
The same thing, over and over. Like a movie, compressed all into one frame.
Over there.
An air battle. Flak.
Where's this?
A plane on fire. And his signature, James 3.
So one day I was in the kitchen, I was washing dishes, James had had breakfast, and he had an airplane, he was just flying around like this, and he goes, Mama, before I was born, I was a pilot, and my airplane got shot in the engine and crashed in the water, and that's how I died. And I was just froze. It was such a bizarre thing to say, but it was just that matter of fact. There was no drama, there was no emotion to it.
At 3, James started pretending to be a pilot, with an attention to detail that astonished his father.
One day he dragged a car seat into the closet in my office, and he set up a little cockpit in there. He had a little play school console, and like it was going to be a cockpit, you know, and he's going back and forth. All of a sudden, the door comes flying open, and he comes rolling out of it. I said, James, what happened to you? He says, I said, did you fall? He says, no. He says, my plane got shot, and I bailed out.
The next breakthrough came when Bruce was invited to the Natoma Bay Veterans Reunion. He asked about the names of men killed in battle. And this led him to finally solving the mystery of James 3.
He called me on the phone and he said, you won't believe this, there's only one guy from Natoma Bay who was killed during the battle for Iwo Jima, and his name was, James M. Houston Jr. And I said, wait, that would make our James 3. I was so excited. I'm like, that's him. It's James M. Houston. His name is James. It's the James 3.
James Houston Jr., World War II Navy pilot. At age 21, on March 3, 1945, his plane was shot down over Chichijima. Now, the skeptical parents were sitting on compelling proof that their little boy really was reincarnated. Louisiana boy James Leininger spent his childhood recounting memories of being a World War II Navy pilot. Memories of a past life his parents could no longer ignore. From the age of 2 to 6, James continued to provide pieces of evidence of the incredible possibility that he was James Houston, reincarnated.
This plane, the Wildcat, is the plane that James M. Houston crashed in. And he was a test pilot for the Corsair. And he would test fly those off of carriers. The F-18 is the plane I want to fly when I grow up.
Since he was 2, James showed an unusual fascination for military air shows and an uncanny familiarity with vintage aircraft. His parents cautiously made contact with James Houston's only surviving relative, his sister, Anne. At first, she didn't know what to think about the little boy who claimed to be her brother, reincarnated. But then, James asked her for a painting that only one person other than her knew existed.
She sent this January 16th, 2006. It says, Dear James, I do hope that this is the picture you asked for. It is the only one of me done by my mother. I am sorry to be so long sending it to you. These past few weeks have been very, busy and hectic. I hope you like it. With my love, Annie.
James believed then, as he does now, that it was the dead pilot's soul asking for that picture.
I had asked her for a painting that my past mother had done for her and me. This was in her attic for 50 or so years. My parents and she thought it was crazy that I would know about something like this.
Anne, too, became a believer. And there were other, more chilling connections. James had 3 G.I. Joes he named Billy, Walter, and Leon. Names his parents thought were strange for a boy to choose.
Bruce is like, hey, James, what are you gonna name your G.I. Joe? And he's just playing, he goes, Walter. And so we were like, Walter? Bruce goes, how come you named your G.I. Joes Billy, Walter, and Leon? And he goes, because that's who met me when I got to heaven. And it was one of those moments where like the blood drained out of our face and we just kind of walked backwards. Bruce went in the office, I went in the office, we closed the door. He's in there going through papers like this. I'm like, what are you looking for? What are you looking for? He finds this piece of paper and he's like, and he says, Billy Peeler, Walter Devlin, and Leon Connor were all in the same squadron as James Houston. I was like, when did they die? Did they die before? He's throwing papers around, pulls out another sheet, and he looked at the dates of death, and they all died before James Houston died.
They all flew with him.
Although James's dad remained skeptical that reincarnation might really be possible, what happened next was uncanny.
So we're cleaning up the yard. He's playing in the leaves. I said, I just love you to bits. And he goes, well, he said, I knew you'd be a good daddy when I picked you. And I said, what? And he said, well, when I found you and Mommy, I knew you would be good parents. My head was shrinking to the size of a raisin, my brain. I said, what do you mean when you found us? He said, well, I found you and Mommy in Hawaii.
James told his father that he saw them in a pink hotel, which is where the Leiningers were staying when they decided to have James. Bruce and Andrea were cautious about asking doctors and psychiatrists for help. They decided to find their own solution to James's ordeal. And their solution was to go to Japan, to the very expansive ocean where the pilot, James Houston Jr., died.
Lilio Kilani Hotel.
Thou art the pilot of the souls of men.
The boat was right above where the wreckage of the plane was. And Bruce did this beautiful memorial service, and so I thought that was a perfect moment for me to just say, I sat down with him and I said, Jim Houston's been a part of your life for as long as we can remember, and he's always going to be an important part of who you are, but you have a life to live as James Leininger, and it's time for you to say goodbye to Jim Houston. And he just started bawling. And he cried for about 20 minutes.
He had everyone on the boat.
It was the saddest thing I ever seen.
He had everyone on the boat.
Crying. It's time for us to say goodbye to James Houston.
Goodbye, James and Houston.
Good job.
I salute you.
Good boy. So brave. You're such a brave soul.
Oh, it is
such a brave soul and spirit.
It was weird when we got back to shore. It was something had changed.
He left something there.
He really did. It was palpable. You could see that he'd mourned that and everything that had happened and was ready to move on. And he really did at that point. That's kind of when everything really changed.
I'm gonna be the same thing that James M. Houston was, a pilot.
The next picture that James Leininger drew was one of peace. The nightmares stopped. The memories started to fade.
I don't want him to remember anything about his past life. He has a life, and I don't want him to be bogged down or confused or...
Well, he's our son, he's not Jim Houston.
Got a life to live.
Today, James Leininger can remember nothing specific about the soul that used to torment him. At 12, he is an ordinary boy whose bedroom says something about who he is and who he believes he once was.
I'm in a Boy Scouts. I'm a first-class scout, and the Boy Scouts. These are the books I got from Chichijima. Yearbooks.
Wait, did I do this wrong?
BB gun. My money bag. My phone. I don't know when I got this, but this is my grandmother's rosary and my Star Wars stuff and Blue Angels.
He doesn't talk much about his past life memories with his friends, but he doesn't hide it either if classmates stumble across a story on the internet. To James, reincarnation is a fact of his existence. It's part of his soul.
50
I believe that the spirit that I used to have when I was 4, 5, 6 has gone away. I'm just James now. It's not, I still have James Houston in me, I think, but it's not so much the bad history. It's more of the peaceful history of his life. Instead of the crashing of the plane, his death. I don't really think about my story so much. I just don't really talk about it. People ask me a question about it, I'll answer it.
You know, I was skeptical the whole way. I still have a hard time really saying, this really, this happened, you know. But it did. So the issue is, you know, how does it happen? I don't know. Why it happens, we can sit here and about it, but the fact is that it does happen. And so people should listen closer, should not just give it up because it's a 2-year-old saying something that might sound meaningless to you. From the point of view of the people that we've spoken to that are attempting to do something scientific with it, I can understand rational thinking. I'm a pretty rational guy. This is not something rational. And I had a struggle with that spiritually. But I came to the conclusion that I now have a 3-dimensional belief system instead of 2-dimensional.
At the University of Virginia's Division of Perceptual Studies, Dr. Jim Tucker has examined James Leininger.
Oh, snap.
Tucker has developed what he calls a strength of case scale for reincarnation, and he gives James a near-perfect score.
Average age when they first start speaking is 38 months, so usually 2 or 3 years old when it comes out. And some of them will talk about these things anytime, day or night. Sometimes the cases can start with nightmares, the way they did in James Leininger's case. Some are intrigued, many are perplexed, some are upset. Some of the Christian parents in the United States are kind of thrown by it. But regardless of their reaction, the children will talk about this for some time, and then usually by the time they get to be 5 or 6, they seem to forget about it and then just go on with their current life.
After 4 decades and 2,500 cases, the researchers at the University of Virginia have come to a startling conclusion. Reincarnation is real.
Which certainly suggests that there is a part of us, a consciousness part, that may be able to continue on after the brain dies, which would indicate that the brain may not be the creator of at least part of our consciousness. Oh my God, what is this thing? But more as sort of a portal that the consciousness flows through, that there may be this other piece of existence separate from the physical world, that there's this consciousness piece, that, again, that may be independent of the physical world and the physical brains that it seems to come through.
Dr. Paul DeBell is a psychiatrist who specializes in what's called past life regression. Using hypnotism, he's taken countless patients on a voyage back in time to souls their bodies have forgotten. And he provides a recent example.
We'll call Mr. X. He had been sexually abused as a child. And he was really angry about that. And so he came in for a regression. So he suddenly found himself above a castle in Austria in 1630. He was actually a she, just washing the floors of this castle.
DeBell firmly believes that what he is doing is about finding the soul through science.
I think that spirituality today is in the same point that psychology was 100 years ago, when nobody thought the mind could be understood. Nobody thought dreams could be understood. Nobody thought mental illness could be understood because it was too complex. But if we use those same tools, which is methodical, systematic investigation with hypotheses and experimental proofs, that then we'll begin to gradually make progress.
Meanwhile, skeptics of reincarnation would say that James Leininger's case is circumstantial at best.
Is this not
In America,
activating?
belief in reincarnation is growing. Part of this is driven by celebrities who, say they believe in reincarnation. Julia Roberts recently told Elle magazine that she thought of herself as very Hindu, and she talked about her daughter and how her daughter clearly embodied somebody else. My personal opinion is that Americans like reincarnation because, comparatively speaking, life here is good. And it's one thing to want heaven,
way more of that stuff. I didn't know it was
which
an
is
instant.
an eternal destination somewhere
press.
else, when life is bad on Earth and you want to get out.
Skeptics aside, to the Leiningers, the existence of the soul does not require the validation of scientists or psychiatrists. James's experience is proof to them of the afterlife. But the question remains, if the soul exists in every human, can it be found and measured by science? One neuroscientist is blazing new trails into how the brain works. He's looking for evidence of consciousness in people who show no signs of consciousness at all. The ancient Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife, and they maintained that belief across thousands of years. They believed that our souls and bodies were so entangled that they needed one another even in the afterlife. So they perfected mummification. They even stored the mummy's internal organs to keep them safe. They believed the soul was located in the heart. As for the brain, they declared it had no function, so they removed it through the nose and threw it away. The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus believed that the soul was made up of atoms dispersed into the cosmos
brain had
after
no
death.
function. Oh, weird. What an
In the
interesting
17th
discovery.
century, philosopher René Descartes made a revolutionary declaration when he equated the soul with consciousness. I think, therefore I am. If the Egyptians believed that the soul was in the heart, Descartes was certain that it resided somewhere in the brain. The field of neuroscience was born. Scientists started to poke around, looking inside the human brain, searching for the soul. But they never found it. No one is even sure where to look within the brain's 100 billion neurons. Some scientists even say it's an impossible mystery to solve, given the brain's complexity. But others are determined to prove that the brain is the key to unlocking the secrets of the soul.
In medical school, we were given a brain to dissect as part of our neuroanatomy class. And they brought out this preserved brain in formaldehyde. It was my opportunity to do a brain dissection. And you have a manual, so I put the manual next to me, and they give you a little probe, and they tell you, okay, first thing to do is start to probe away from the cortex and gently remove this layer of cells. And I thought to myself, did I just, peel away what would have been this patient's recollection of a summer during a childhood picnic, or a relationship with a particularly significant person in their lives? What did I just remove from this piece of brain that was once something?
Well, I think soul and mind are interchangeable, and I think, as a neuroscientist, mind and brain are interchangeable.
For 20 years, Dr. Adrian Owen has been studying which parts of the brain are active for different specific activities.
Well, our mind is a product of the complex brain that we have. I think the reason we feel that we all have a soul and that my soul is different to your soul is because my brain is different to your brain.
For Dr. Owen, the brain is the key to solving the mystery of who we are.
what?
And he's trying to prove that by working with patients in vegetative states.
Have you look at some pictures, Chris. I want you to try and look. All right, here's you and Randy and Walt. You're all in your uniforms.
Chris was an officer in training at West Point Military Academy. In 2007, his car was rear-ended. He nearly died. Instead, he survived with permanent brain damage. But the Chris that was there, a young, bright cadet with his life ahead of him, was gone.
Chris, do you see the picture of you and your friends?
And you can't imagine, in your worst nightmares. I've seen families go through this, but until it happens to you, you have no concept as to how heartbreaking it is. There are times when you feel like, you know, they're not there. Other times that you feel like very strongly that he's there, he's listening, making eye contact with me. And it's so hard to pinpoint. Where is he? Is he here? Is he locked in? You know, we don't really have any answers. I don't believe that Chris doesn't have a soul. I think there's that spark of life that leaves you at the moment of death, is basically what the soul is. And Chris might not have be conscious, but he's still here. I definitely feel like soul is more than just consciousness.
Chris, I have a hammer and a ball. I want you to look at the ball.
What Dr. Owen's research is trying to prove is whether Chris is, clinically speaking, as conscious now as he was before his accident.
You know, with consciousness, you have a big problem that the only way I can tell you that I am conscious is through some sort of action, either by, you know, telling you or by demonstrating. You know, if you take something like so-called disorders of consciousness, vegetative state, minimally conscious state, you don't have those things with some of these patients. They are, by definition, unable to produce the sorts of responses that the rest of us would use to demonstrate that we were conscious.
For Dr. Owen, what began as a simple study of consciousness turned into an unprecedented discovery. He conducted tests on a 23-year-old woman in a vegetative state. The results have revolutionized science's understanding of the brain.
She was the victim of a road traffic accident and had been examined periodically for 5 months. And on each examination had all of the necessary criteria for a diagnosis of vegetative state. So we put her in the fMRI scanner and we asked her to imagine playing a game of tennis. In this scan, when you hear the word tennis, I want you to imagine standing on a tennis court playing a game of tennis. We picked this task because it's something that we've tried many times in healthy volunteers, and we know this produces quite a specific activation in an area in the middle of the front of the brain called the supplementary motor area. And this area controls upper body movements, and if you lie in the scanner and imagine moving your body around as you would if you were playing a game of tennis, you get very strong activation in this area of the brain. So while she was in the scanner, we instructed her that when she heard the word tennis, we'd like her to start imagining this task and carry on until we said rest. And when we did this, her brain activated just like a healthy volunteer. So on this basis, we concluded that she wasn't vegetative at all. She was entirely consciously aware. That was pretty exciting. We had another task that we used. It was important to show that this wasn't just an automatic reaction, but if we changed the task, the brain activation would change. So we used a type of spatial navigation task where we asked her to imagine moving from room to room in her house. And this pretty much always activates an area deep inside the brain called the parahippocampal gyrus in healthy volunteers. Never seen it before in a vegetative patient, but nonetheless, when we asked her to imagine moving from room to room in her house, the parahippocampal gyrus activated just as it would in a healthy volunteer.
Owen's groundbreaking work opens new questions about where consciousness begins and ends. Scotty was a New York City police officer who was hit by a car in 2002.
I feel he's here. When I speak to him, I don't know how to put this,
I think he's still there. Oftentimes I sit aside and I say to myself, what is he thinking? Because he can't speak to us, you know? What is he thinking? But I'll give you an example. We have this ball at home. He actually kicks the ball. I become the target. He will hit me with it, and he'll laugh. He'll laugh at me. And I feel that it's me that he's targeting. Yeah,
he's there,
you know.
and he's the same Scotty. He just can't get out.
Is your name Scotty? Yes or no? Look at the card that has your answer.
Owen has proven that despite no signs of outward awareness, for some, an inner spark remains.
What a bunch of crap.
And within that undiscovered brain may be where we find the soul. For the indigenous peoples of the Americas, humans are the minority in a world inhabited primarily by spirits. A common thread through these beliefs, from the Cherokee to the Haida, is that transformation takes place when a child is about to harmonize his soul with the spirit world around him. At this critical moment, spirit guides lead an adolescent into adulthood, and the human soul is unleashed. In today's Western society, children are born with souls. The soul and body are linked.
One of the central tenets of the Christian faith is that Christ rose from the dead, right? And I think it's very reassuring for people because they do associate body with identity, to have both the body and soul. And in fact, you know, in Christianity, it's very, very hard to separate body, soul, because, you know, they're described as kind of a marriage to each other.
Professor Alison Gopnik doesn't believe in the eternal soul, but her research into the uncharted areas of children's brains has led her to the conclusion that what some would call the spirit is closest to us when we are children.
I'm a scientist, an atheist, a materialist. I think everything that's here is everything that's here. But I also think that many of the feelings and experiences and intuitions and knowledge and truth that people have talked about when they've talked about the soul or the spiritual or the transcendent, those experiences where we recognize the meaning and beauty and significance of everything that's going on around us. I think those are the moments when we're most like children.
This is my machine, and I want you to figure out how the machine works, okay?
Gopnik set out to solve the problem. At what age does identity switch on? When does I think, therefore I am begin? She wanted to study infants. Her colleagues told her she was wasting her time.
When I was going to Oxford, when I was a graduate student, one of the people there told me when I first arrived that this entire research program I had was useless because babies didn't have a higher cortex. They didn't have any of the higher brain areas that we had as adults.
Which one of these would be better for making the basket? Which do you think?
I think this one.
After 20 years of research, Gopnik has helped prove that the neurons in children's brains display more activity than those in adults. Where the adult brain is a spotlight, the child's is more like a lantern, illuminating in all directions.
So there's been a big, big change from this view of babies as what I think of as being sort of crying carrots, sort of semi-vegetables, to the ones who are doing the most learning, solving the hardest problems, and doing it incredibly quickly.
Gopnik believes that preschool children represent human R&D. Her studies indicate that they play and learn with the same intent. She believes that we learn to survive in the world as grown-ups, and we play to try and imagine ways to change it.
It's as if, instead of just looking at one little part of the world, they're conscious of the entire manifold of everything that's going on around them at once. I think a good way of appreciating this as an adult is think about what happens when, for instance, you go and travel to a strange place. Everything around you is something that's captivating and engaging and different and new. And you get this very vivid, very wide-ranging awareness of everything that's going on around you at once. I think that's what it's like to actually be a baby.
Gopnik's studies have shown that adult brains only light up when we are trying to learn something new, and even then, only in certain areas.
In fact, I think one of the interesting things about us as adults is that we're unconscious, as it were, so much of the time.
Tests have shown that a baby's brain is lit up most of the time.
One way I've put this is to say, for children, every day is first love in Paris. Every step is skydiving. Every peekaboo game is Einstein discovering the theory. I think babies and young children are genuinely perceiving that aspect of the way the world and the universe works. That means that they're the kind of exemplars of what it means to have a soul.
But Gopnik's research shows that when a child becomes self-aware, the brain activity slows down, and the connection with what some call the soul begins to weaken.
So between about 3 and 5, you start seeing children having what we call autobiographical memory. Not just remembering information from the past, even newborns can do that, but constructing a narrative that says, I am the same person that I was in the past, and I am the same person I'm going to be in the future.
Does the identity that we develop as we grow eclipse our infant consciousness? Were we once closer to our souls? Surprisingly, anesthesia may hold the answer to those questions.
Until relatively recently, babies weren't administered anesthesia. Now it turns out that babies actually need more anesthesia than, relatively speaking, than adults do.
Why? What is anesthesia? Do we really know? It seems that anesthesia poses its own mysteries about consciousness and the soul. An Arizona anesthesiologist stumbled upon a theory of where his patients go when they're under anesthesia, proving to him the existence of the soul.
I've been practicing anesthesiology for 35 years now, and it's still a kick. It's still amazing every time patients lose their consciousness. At the end, we wake them back up, and I wonder, where did they go? But the real question is, why are they conscious in the first place? So anesthesia is a really good tool to try to figure out what is missing in the anesthetized patient.
There we go. You can come with us.
Anesthesia is a mystery. It's been around since 1846, but no one is quite sure exactly how it works or where we go when we're put under.
It's a good care for you. In the 19th century, people started experimenting with laughing gas, nitrous oxide, and they used it for parties. Everybody had a good time. They literally were laughing constantly. And also another gas called ether, diethyl ether, leading to ether frolics. When inhaled in low amounts, people got disinhibited and ebullient and had a great time. And somebody realized if they had too much, they would become unconscious and actually insensitive to pain. And so a number of people began to attempt to use these gases for surgical anesthesia.
Slide over. Okay, this arm can go over here.
After years of risky trial and error, doctors perfected the drugs, but they didn't understand the science. In fact, no one understands what happens to the mind under anesthesia.
Generally, one does not dream under anesthesia. There's no consciousness. You're just gone for the duration of the anesthetic.
You tell me when you're asleep, okay? That's a trick question. You can't do that.
One interesting thing about anesthesia is that patients who are under anesthesia, after they wake up, have no conception of elapsed time whatsoever. And I think the passage of time is a key feature of subjective consciousness. So consciousness is just absent. It's gone.
A brain scanner connected to the patient reveals a startling clue to how anesthesia works. During the surgery, a bright flashing halogen light is used to help stimulate brain response. The bright light pierces her taped shut eyelids. The EEG monitor shows that the patient's brain is responding just as if she were awake.
We see that the brain is quite active, and there's all kinds of evoked potentials going on.
Going under is not like sleep, and this fascinates Hameroff.
I first got interested in consciousness, how the brain produces experience in college. In medical school, I was doing a research elective in a lab studying cancer, and I was looking at how cells divide.
Hameroff then learned about microtubules. Microtubules are hollow tubes that can be found in all living cells. 30 years ago, he had his eureka moment. And since then, he has formed a complex theory that microtubules are the location of what some would call the soul.
In my opinion, microtubules are the origin of consciousness, specifically quantum computation synchronized to gamma EEG inside neurons in the brain is the origin of consciousness.
Hameroff's theory has shocked the world of neuroscience. He's basically saying that consciousness may be found and quantified, that it has substance, and that it survives the body.
I'll stand by this, even though it's a bit controversial. It's conceivable that when a patient has a cardiac arrest or dies, the quantum information that involves consciousness isn't necessarily destroyed, or it may actually just sort of leak out and remain in the universe and remain entangled. If the patient's revived, then it can go back in and the patient had a near-death and out-of-body experience. If the patient dies, it's conceivable to me that that entity, which you could call the soul, remains entangled indefinitely. And so it's conceivable that the soul is a real entity in terms of quantum information embedded in the fundamental level of the universe.
What Hameroff is saying is that the 21 grams myth is basically true. The soul has substance. Though it can't be weighed, the information can be measured. Hameroff's shocking theory has caught the attention of the world's top physicists, who think that he may have stumbled onto understanding how the mind and soul separate. Complex quantum physics may hold the key.
Quantum theory is pretty intriguing and is not necessarily consistent with a simple materialist understanding of the universe. The things are more complicated than we're aware. But I think people who just immediately discount it as being sort of mystic mumbo-jumbo, I think they're being too quick with that. Quantum theory does challenge us to try to really understand the world, the physical world at its core. And it may well be more complicated or more wondrous than what a lot of people realize.
This comes as no surprise to those who have died and come back to tell the tale. Most cultures throughout time have held that there is something that survives the body after death. 21st century science is seeking to prove it.
Science says that consciousness is limited to and generated by the brain. Very clear, very straightforward.
After 10 seconds without oxygen, the brain starts to die. After 5 minutes, it's completely gone. But what happens to consciousness in that precious 5 minutes? New research suggests that consciousness might actually leave the brain.
The near-death experience in cardiac arrest says something different. It says when the brain is not functioning, then consciousness can separate from the brain and is able to gain information which becomes accessible when you regain consciousness. Now that is an astonishing statement.
Yvonne Kaysen is a family doctor in Toronto. 30 years ago, she nearly died in a small plane crash in which someone was killed. It changed her life forever.
We flew into really bad weather, and the engine stopped working, so the plane started crashing. So we were plummeting down to the ground. There was terrible turbulence, and the air was shaking, and my immediate reaction was intense terror. I was terrified. I was frightened. The plane was crashing. I was going to die. And what happened was, I had this feeling like my fear was being pushed out, and this calm and peace was descending upon me. And I entered sort of a paranormal, peaceful state.
The plane crashed into an icy lake in a wilderness area, hundreds of miles from the nearest town.
Then what happened is my near-death experience deepened. Suddenly, as I was swimming to shore and starting to freeze, I heard this whoosh noise, and it was like My consciousness got whisked out of my body, and I was no longer in my body that was swimming to shore. Suddenly, I was like 20 or 30 feet above my body looking down. And it was me still trying to swim to shore.
Miraculously, a helicopter pilot hearing of a downed plane came to her rescue. She was rushed to hospital. Nearly dead from hypothermia, she was immersed in hot water, but there was little hope.
And it was in that hot water that my consciousness re-entered my body. And what I experienced was something like this. It was like what I imagined if a genie were sucked into a bottle. That with a loud whoosh, I was sucked in from this expanded place up there and abruptly sucked into the small confines of my body.
Kaysen now combines her medical practice with helping others who have had near-death experiences. She is convinced, after studying hundreds of cases, that the soul is not merely consciousness. It is an energy force all on its own. Every world religion holds the belief that there is something that survives the body after death. But modern Western society still rejects near-death experiences, calling them paranormal. This despite the fact that every year, hundreds of thousands of people die and report the experience. At the time, Kaysen did not know whether she was alone.
Had anyone else had an experience like this? And what is it called? What is this that happened to me?
Dr. Peter Fenwick has studied the phenomena of near-death experience for years. Initially a skeptic, he is now a believer.
As far as near-death experiences are concerned, I didn't believe them. They happened in America, they happened in California, they certainly wouldn't happen in London. What we found out was that near-death experiences are very common. So I think we have to see consciousness no longer as just a point source generated by the brain, ends at death. It may do, but I think the evidence now is beginning to be against this. It looks as if it may split from the brain at the time of death.
Fenwick is doing a study of 1,500 heart attack patients who have had near-death experiences. He's placed objects in the ER room that the patient cannot see, unless the patient's consciousness somehow leaves his or her body. According to his study, the mind and the brain are not the same thing. They are separate. Although near-death experiences have been reported for decades, it's only recently that science has been willing to consider them as evidence of the soul. 13 million Americans have reported a near-death experience. The statistics are as high in other countries, and the stories have striking similarities.
It was 1972, when my car was sideswiped by a tank, or a car that was as big as a tank. I had a small fiberglass sports car, and I was virtually run over in my own car.
Horribly injured, comatose, and near death, Howard Tibble lay in the critical care ward of a hospital.
Evidently, for the next 3 days, in intense pain, unable to talk to anybody or correspond in any way. I didn't know where I was, and I didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, it was nighttime. I knew it was night because the lights were on in the ward. And I felt no fear or pain or worry.
I heard so many stories of people who came to me and said that when they tried to tell somebody about their experience, let's take, for example, a near-death experience, that perhaps they spoke to their doctor and their doctor pathologized it and said that it was a hallucination, or maybe they'd had a brief psychotic break, or maybe that was some unconscious, unresolved neurotic issue. Always a negative label, which people who'd had such a positive experience, the label didn't fit. They were not getting validation.
This feeling of safety and peace has been reported in almost all near-death experiences. The next step is also almost universal, an out-of-body experience. Fully conscious, the dead person floats around the room, seeing objects that could not be seen face up on the bed.
I took myself on a little tour of the ward.
Dude, it's not in there unless you hit
Just floating around. And this was a hospital with a high ceiling.
Weird.
And they had strip lights. And I floated up to the side of this strip lamp, and it had the word Osram, and I was 1 foot from it. I could have touched it, but I had no hands to touch it. And I didn't find it odd or anything. I thought, well, there you go. Osram make lamps, you know, it's fine with me.
The next step for most people is the soul's return to the body, bringing a memory of the experience that is not like a dream. It seems real.
We use the word soul as if it were a sort of thing that flies away to heaven, and it could be consciousness, it could be a mind, it could be a number of things. I actually believe the way out from here to start the journey to wherever we go. But I don't think we have to be religious to make that journey. I've not been that good in my life, you know. Rock and roll.
Clinical studies on near-death experiences indicate that something untangles itself from a dying body. But research has a long way to go before proving that a spirit-like something truly exists.
Whether or not we'll be able to validate the idea that there is a soul is always going to be an open question, because of course we never know. But what we do is we take information from some of the widest experiences which we can have. And if you take all those together, then you would argue that in some way, the old idea of there being different levels within the body, and some of these are able to continue after death, is a very good hypothesis, yeah.
81% of Americans believe in the soul. And yet out-of-body experiences are marginalized with UFO sightings and seeing ghosts. Fenwick's research aims to change that. He even believes science will soon be able to prove the existence of telepathy, linked souls speaking across space and time.
Do I think the consciousness can exist outside the brain? Well, there's lots of evidence to show that. They're all the telepathy experiments. In my field, there is what happens as you approach death. And there is something called deathbed coincidences. The dying person seems to make a visit to other people, but it's other people with whom they're closely emotionally attached. It's usually a strong emotional feeling that something has happened to somebody. And the evidence for this is getting very good. And I suspect in the course of the next few years will become much more into the mainstream.
While some scientists grapple with the survival of consciousness after the death of the body, others are trying to touch the soul with the help of a shaman. Dr. Frank Eckenhofer has traveled to the jungles of Peru to take a powerful drug that he thinks can help him measure his soul. And he's going to use 21st century EEG technology to help him do it.
My topic is awakening of the mind. And it's really very dangerous to say that in a scientific forum, because that doesn't seem like a legitimate scientific topic. It's a religious topic. This field of consciousness, the reason it's somewhat conservative, it's touching this dangerous third rail of science where you're getting very close to what's called religion. So I think there's a resistance or a not being sure how to bring scientific methods into this edge where science studies consciousness, but not just consciousness, but something that really is religion. It's a religious experience.
In recent years, Dr. Eckenhofer has been intrigued by a powerful plant-based substance that massively alters consciousness. The substance is called ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca.
Don Guillermo is the local shaman who has mastered the art of preparing and experiencing ayahuasca.
Tenemos aquí la famosa planta ayahuasca. Ayahuasca es una planta visionaria, ¿no? Que los curanderos utilizamos para descubrir los secretos ocultos, ya sea dentro de la mente.
Ayahuasca comes from an Indian word that means vine of the soul. It's seen by many as a direct route to the divine. Illegal in many Western countries, Ayahuasca's potency depends on the skills of the shaman who cultivates, harvests, and prepares it.
Como dicen, plantas sensibles, plantas inteligentes, pero dentro sí tiene su alma que nos escucha nuestra voz, ¿no? Y muchas veces en sueño o intuitivamente o en visiones nos puede comunicar.
Ayahuasca is taken in the form of a potion. Sections of ayahuasca vine are crushed and boiled with chacruna leaves in 30 liters of water, then boiled down. Ayahuasca is the liter of liquid that remains. Over the centuries, those who have taken ayahuasca have reported out-of-body experiences and encounters with beings that can only be described as souls. Dr. Eckenhofer is focusing his studies of ayahuasca on the elevated levels of certain and usually dormant brain activities that take place under the drug's influence. He has studied the brain patterns of Buddhist monks, and he thinks they hold the key. Buddhist monks achieve altered states of consciousness through meditation. The Buddhists believe they reach a heightened state of awareness that brings them closer to what's been called the universal soul. Dr. Eckenhofer will be hooked up to the EEG to find out, after he ingests the drug, whether there are measurable changes in the neuron activity in his brain.
The EEG is very sensitive to these subtle shifts in consciousness. There's major pattern changes that occur in the EEGs. And I've made measurements, and I found that there's certain very interesting frequencies. And so these frequencies are indicators of this state change.
Eckenhofer drinks the ayahuasca potion. It takes about half an hour before its effect kicks in. When it does, he won't be able to communicate what he is feeling. Only the EEG can capture the data.
In the very beginning, you'll have a kind of subtle change in how your body feels, and then slowly the psychedelic experiences will start. You might see floating patterns, and then it merges into imagery that seems to have more complex forms. Could be images of people or faces. And then it becomes like a waking dream.
What am I looking for?
Then there's another quality of experience. It's called a journey. So the journey is where I think what's happening is an out-of-body experience is occurring. By that time, it's feeling like you are somewhere else. Sometimes when you go to another world, you'll meet an entity of some kind. It's possible you could be taught things by entities. Just like in Christianity, we have stories of how people have been taught things by angelic entities that have come.
It brings down channels, so sometimes the movements are very fast and intricate. Somehow they're synchronized.
As he slips into an altered state, Eckenhofer starts moving his hands as if he is conducting an unseen orchestra. His researchers hope the EEG records this spike in activity, supporting Eckenhofer's theory that ayahuasca can point the way to touching the soul. Eckenhofer can recall only impressions lost in his own consciousness. The next morning, he is firmly back in scientific mode, examining the story that the EEG data is telling. Once the ayahuasca took full effect, his brain entered an even more heightened state of consciousness.
Okay, so we're starting here and we're going and searching some part of alpha.
Oh! Ooh, that's the part.
Whatever he saw, Eckenhofer may have seemed in a near coma, but in fact, his brain was on fire. Eckenhofer's EEG tests prove that in an altered trance-like state, the brain behaves much like it would in an out-of-body experience or a religious rapture. To him, this is what it means to see the soul.
To me, the word soul is more of a Western formulation, Western kind of religious category, actually. I feel that soul, it's a meeting place between the formless dimension of spirituality and the physical world. Perhaps that could be viewed as soulful or a connecting point.
As one group seeks to find evidence of enhanced consciousness inside their own minds, another is trying to see if they can create it by building a brain. Frankenstein's monster, a thinking being created by science.
My mom is gonna
more
try and
powerful
send
than
me
its maker.
some
Ultimately,
stars,
outcast
so I'm gonna
for being
pause
feared and misunderstood.
the audio and see if she can make it happen. I'm gonna get some stars, baby. I'm gonna get some stars, baby. Woohoo! My mom sent me some stars. Woohoo! Look at me crawling to the Ferrari. I love you, Mom. I love you. That's hilarious. That's the best. That's funny. Oh no, someone's gonna steal my stuff in my bags. My bags are usually always open. I don't know, I never press the B button to put it back. Woohoo! 20 more stars! I love it. $200 more stars. I cheated. I mean, yeah, I just have to. I have to. I have to stream forever to stay eligible. That was fun. It's nice to see my mom come by. Drop some love in there. What was that? What was that noise? Oh, I got a recommendation. Haha. I love it. My mom. She's so cool. So funny. Hang out here for a second. I'll try to figure this stuff out. Is this the same thing? It is. Okay, close that out. Weird. I need y'all to rally. I need everyone to rally for me to get 1,000 followers. Preferred streamers. What is this? What the fuck? What in the fuck? Hold on. Maybe. What is this? How does this work? That's what I thought. Who is it? I don't know. Oh, don't allow. Wait, see less. I don't know any Facebook streamers. I don't know any Facebook streamers. Oh, I'm not even. What? World of Warcraft? I'm not even streaming in a category. Hilarious. That's hilarious. Galleria credit card swipes.
Good.
You know,
Mary Shelley's famous monster lives on across almost 2 centuries of popular culture. Because the story of Frankenstein is a story that scares us to our very souls. Dr. Frankenstein was a Swiss scientist who was obsessed with the spark of human life. It's only fitting that another scientist has chosen Switzerland to launch a 21st century equivalent project. For
Saturday
15
through Sunday,
years,
Monday
Dr. Henry Markram has been
Sunday,
working on a
yo.
biology-modeled machine that can think just like we do. Dr. Markram is leader of the Blue Brain Project.
Blue
Brain uses one of the
Project?
world's most powerful supercomputers to reverse engineer the human brain.
Blue
Many people
brain?
ask, why are you doing that?
What
I
is a
mean,
blue?
Why do you want to build a model when there's 6 billion of us out there? What will
Oh my
it be
gosh.
useful for, and can it really be useful? And ultimately, what we're after is trying to understand and learn about the brain and what it's capable of. Is it really the same as us? Is it the same as a human being? Does it capture it?
The project's goal is to mimic the complex structure of the human brain in a computer and see if it has the ability to reason, just like we do.
I think that what Blue Brain is fundamentally different from most models is that we're not trying to just build a model in the simplest way possible. We're trying to build a model in the most biological way possible.
If an artificial brain can be created in a biological fashion, Markram says he can't predict whether it will.
Oh, that's why. Legitimately, nothing there. There's legitimately nothing there. Saturday through Sunday, Monday through Sunday, yo.
Will or will not become a conscious brain.
Our strategy is that if we build it correctly and we understand it from first principles, that it will emerge and it will speak and it will have higher brain functions. And I don't know, it may or may not have consciousness.
Like Dr. Frankenstein, the Blue Brain team is using living material to create their creature. Not human parts, but rats.
Rats.
Human neurons are strikingly similar to those of rats. First, a rat is decapitated. A thin slice of its still active brain is submerged in artificial brain fluid, allowing the brain tissue to keep functioning for several hours. The tissue is placed under a microscope. A single neuron is extracted. Then, the basic shapes and reactions of the rat's still living neurons are mapped. These graphs are real images from Blue Brain, showing the activity of the rat's neurons that the computer has recreated for its own mind.
Any mechanism we can find in the human brain, we could replicate in a machine. Is it conscious? Some people will say no, it's just a machine, it's just software. A program can't be conscious. Other people, like myself, would say, well, we're just a program. We have 100 billion neurons, and we can actually understand precisely what's going on in each one.
The neurons taken from living rat brains form the template of Dr. Markram's artificial consciousness. His computer maps then imitates the neuron's actions. Basically, Markram is building a brain, one computer-generated neuron at a time.
The secret is to look for the rules. And then you don't need to have studied every single neuron in the brain. You build a model of 100 of them, not a billion. And once you build 100, you can analyze them, and you can analyze their statistics, and you analyze their rules. And those rules now you can use to recreate all the diversity, billions. So we can actually today create well over a couple of 100 different types of neurons, and we can build as many of them as we want. It's not limited.
Others are not so certain that the Blue Brain and other artificial intelligence projects of the future can ever succeed. Consciousness, some believe, is too complex.
AI is very interesting. You can't make a horse out of feathers. It would be very tough to make a computer out of cloth. And you can't make a conscious mind out of silicone chips.
Constructing a human brain will require a computer 1,000 times more powerful than any currently in existence. It would take at least 3 football fields to house such a computer. But Markram says the goal is within reach, to create a conscious artificial intelligence.
The data is there. The technology is there to explore it. The computing power has reached critical mass. We have petaflop supercomputers now, 10 to the 15 calculations per second. It's the first time in history that these things are coming together, which is required for simulation-based research. When they converge, it's inevitable. So this is going to happen.
Professor Markram hopes to complete his work on his artificial brain within the next 10 years. What properties will that brain ultimately possess? Will it consider itself equal to us? Will it have emotions, or a personality, or a soul?
When it comes to thinking about artificial intelligence, of course we all have to think about that moment when we develop artificial intelligence that's just a little bit smarter than we are. So maybe as a consequence, once you've got the one that's one step better than we are at doing all these things, it's capable of producing an AI that's 2 steps better than we are. And it's then going to be capable of producing an AI that's 4 steps better than we are. And so on and off you go, and you're on to the kind of the runaway loop that some people have called the technological singularity.
The singularity is the moment predicted by futurists when machines become conscious and more capable than humanity. A dangerous time when they could, conceivably, overpower us, even exterminate us.
So, I mean, I think that point of the singularity is still a number of decades away, but as it approaches, I think it's going to be something we have to really slow down and think about very carefully.
If Professor Markram succeeds, will Blue Brain turn out to be the singularity? Will it make human existence better, or much, much worse? If it is evil, will it allow Markram to turn it off? Will it be a soulless Frankenstein that puts its makers to death? Hiroshi Ishiguro is working on designing a world where humans and robots are indistinguishable. And almost by accident, he's challenging the notion of where people and their souls begin and end. Ishiguro brings a companion along for his interview, himself.
This is my android, and this is the Geminoid.
Ishiguro uses silicone, steel, and mold impressions of his own body to create a life-sized version of himself, one that could take his place in the classroom. Professor Ishiguro teaches at Osaka University. He wants to see how his students will behave when forced to interact with his android instead of himself. Ishiguro can foresee a day when his androids will not only enable people to be in 2 places at the same time, but to join the workforce to perform unpleasant but necessary jobs. Ishiguro has thought a lot about whether his robots could be advanced enough to be given consciousness. But the Japanese have a unique view that does not equate consciousness with a soul.
Everything has souls, and, the rocks, and wow, the chairs and desks, and everything has a soul. I think that is a fundamental difference between Japan and other countries. The human is not so special for Japanese. Human is a part of nature. That's all.
Ishiguro is part of an ancient Japanese tradition of making lifelike machines. According to tradition, the soul of the creator is in the object, and in Japan it's believed the creation, too, must have a soul.
それは理論的にはね、魂がないとは言えるんです。それはそれで、日本人っていうのはどういうんですかね、魂を作り出すんですね。いわゆる盆栽にしても生け花にしてもお茶にしても全てですね、いわゆるそういうまあ言うたら作り出すという。で、僕らはこの人形を作る時に魂を入れるっていうんですね。で、やはり一生懸命作るとですね、それがこう生きてるように思えてくるわけですね。
What is the soul? What is the consciousness? What is the intelligence? What is the emotions? My answer is that these things are subjective. If we believe the robot has a soul, the robot has a soul. When I developed the humanoid robot, everybody said, oh, this robot has emotion, right? But I didn't implement any function of emotion, right? So obviously, these things are subjective, not objective.
By giving robots personality and emotion, it can appear to humans as though they have souls. In Okinawa, Japan, robots called Paro are being manufactured by the thousands, each with a unique ability to learn how to react to human feelings. Paro are companions for Japan's vast population of elderly
This new
people.
iPad Pro looks
Known as robot-assisted therapy, the mechanical companions are equipped with pattern recognition technology that can read the mood of their owners and act appropriately to calm and soothe them. After getting to know its owner, each Paro develops a unique personality and its own emotional range. It's a computerized simulation of feelings. Professor Ishiguro's ultimate goal is to exceed Paro's emotions, to build an android that looks, moves, and talks like a real human. Apart from his Geminoid, he's created a female android that has advanced emotional expressions. Equipped with facial recognition software, it can even watch another human being on a monitor and mimic her expression. Cost $100,000 per robot. But there's a challenge.
The problem is getting more difficult. For example, the body movement. This is natural. The reaction is also natural like this, right? However, the medical doctor said that this is a kind of a brain-damaged person. That we need to work with the brain scientists, and we need to have the deeper knowledge about the human. Then we can improve this robot.
The brain contains 100 billion neurons stretched out across 100,000 miles of dense blood vessels. Neuroscience has only begun to figure out how it all works. While some scientists actively seek to create consciousness, others are stumbling into it, almost by accident encountering the soul. In the near future, one or the other might have to answer to the question, is there something that survives the body?
Well, consciousness is mysterious, and I believe when we create non-biological systems that have that same kind of behavior and the same complexity and richness of emotional intelligence, which is also a form of intelligence, they will be conscious as well.
If you ask somebody, do you believe you have an immortal soul, or do you believe you have a soul? I think that people would be exposing what are their most heartfelt hopes, their worst fears. So I think it's much easier for us to focus on what we can apprehend. Our intelligence, how smart are we? IQs, is that a measure of the soul? It certainly is a measure of the reasoning faculty, the intellect. So it doesn't have anything to do with the imagination. So it's a very limited view of what the soul is, and also a very temporal view.
Meanwhile, others believe that the more we seek scientific answers, the more likely we are to accept the fact that the soul exists.
I believe science and religion are coming together. And I think it's just simply going to take more time. And maybe in another 100 years, most people on the planet will know that the soul is real.
What does seem certain is that artificial intelligence will be able to think like us and robots to look like us within a generation. If the two combine, humans will live side by side with a new synthetic intelligent species. Whether they have souls is a matter of heated debate. Either way, the 21st century may well be the age when the existence of the soul is proven beyond all dispute. Whatever the answer, the secrets of the soul are now within science's grasp.
I can't use that.
Oh yeah, because yeses. You have to switch. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it already did it. Wait, what the fuck?
I have been looking forward to this podcast for a long time, gentlemen. This is
No. No, Joe Rogan. No.
Across all faiths, angels are recognized as divine beings that are created by God to serve him in a manner of different ways. Many of us today see these angels as spiritual beings, those that are thought to be messengers of God, or to serve some specific cause, such as Michael, who is the warrior angel. The archangels, meaning chief angel in Greek, are thought to be in charge of all other angels, those that sit closest to God and form the top of the angelic hierarchy.
What is this over here?
Whilst the function of each archangel is debated, it is agreed that they all
Void
have
storage.
a unanimous task, and that is to serve the Lord and bring about his plan, though
This is void
each
storage.
archangel is thought to be better suited to one task or another. For example, Archangel Michael, the warrior angel himself, would naturally be more inclined to battle, as we see him face off against Lucifer in the Book of Revelations. Meanwhile, Archangel Gabriel, on the other hand, who is the messenger angel, is better suited to bringing about prophecy, as we see him tell the Virgin Mary of her conception of God's child. Whilst archangels like Michael and Gabriel are easy to understand, because the Bible gives us this information, it does not deliver much in the way of the other archangels, such as Archangel Metatron. As you might have guessed, Metatron does not show up in the Bible, and whilst there is some speculation that he may represent some of the unnamed angelic figures in the Holy Book, such as when Jacob wrestles a mysterious angel in Genesis and Hosea, none of this can be confirmed. Furthermore, you might have also noticed the uniqueness of Metatron's name. Firstly, yes, he sounds like a transformer, but secondly, he's the only archangel we've encountered whose name does not have the suffix El. The origins of the name Metatron are shrouded in mystery. Some scholars believe that the name had originated from an ancient Jewish text, and that the name itself was something of a magic word, or a word that resonated with the heavens, or the people of the time. Other scholars conclude that Metatron comes from the early Hebraic word Matara, meaning keeper of the watch, or Memeter, meaning to guard and protect. Other scholars look to more Greek origins, believing that Metatron is made up of two words, the word meta and the word thronus. Together, it would mean something along the lines of the one who serves behind the throne,
Megatron.
or the one who occupies the space next to the throne. However, this is often dismissed, given that Metatron's name is never separated in the text that he does appear in. The Latin word metator, meaning leader, also has been put forth as a possible means to explain the name Metatron. Interestingly, there existed a similar sounding word in mitator, a word for an officer in the Roman army, who served as a leader. By this, it has been suggested that Metatron was spawned of this word, and that it was Metatron who would come to be seen as an angel who led the Israelites through the wilderness, in a similar way that the Mitator would lead the Roman army. Of course, these are all stretches without much in the way of credible evidence. In truth, there are many theories regarding the name of Metatron, but as far as I can tell, no one really has a definitive idea as to where it originated from. But who exactly is Metatron, I hear you ask? Well, Metatron appears in the Talmud, as well as in the non-canonical biblical book known as Enoch. He is also a figure within apocryphal Christian mythology, and as a result is either discounted by many believers as a fictional character, or is outright unheard of by many of the faith. We also see mention of Metatron in the Kabbalah, and a series of exegesis by various rabbis. We also see Metatron take form in some Islamic beliefs, where he goes by the Arabic name Mitatrush. We also understand from a folkloric sense in angelology that Metatron serves God as the celestial scribe, an angel who records the word of God and the events upon the earth, including the deed of every man and woman. One of the main texts where we see Metatron mentioned comes from the third book of Enoch, usually entitled 3 Enoch. As you may know from previous videos, the first book of Enoch describes the fall of the angelic beings known as the Watchers, and how God imprisons these treacherous angels. The rest of the book sees Enoch experience dreams and visions of heaven and the future itself. By the second book, we see him treated by the archangels to a tour of heaven, where he gets to experience each layer to its fullest, before making a full account of what he has seen. He is also given instructions by God to write down what he tells him, and that he should pass on this information to all who will listen when he is returned to Earth. When Enoch is brought back to Earth, he only remains for 30 days before God praises his hard work of spreading his word and brings him up to heaven full time. It is here in 3 Enoch that we see what happens to Enoch after he has ascended, and how Metatron first comes about. Whilst the authorship of the book has been disputed, it has been credited to Rabbi Ishmael, who notes himself as becoming a high priest after having visions of heaven. Whilst there was a Rabbi Ishmael in the 1st and 2nd century, it's understood he was never a high priest. Furthermore, 3 Enoch is written differently from the other Enochian books, in that its layout is unique, and that it proposes some fresh ideas that weren't necessarily congruent with the ideas of the previous books. However, there is some continuity, suggesting that the author, whoever it was, had some idea of what the previous books were about, or had probably read them, thus where his inspiration came from. We learn in the first chapter that this Rabbi Ishmael ascends to heaven and is met by the archangel Metatron, he who is referred to as the Prince of Presence. Metatron leads Ishmael through to a great hall, where awaiting him are the Seraphim and the princes of the Macabre. The Seraphim, as we've spoken about before, were thought to be high-ranking angels that stood beside God's throne, angels who were often related to fire, in that they themselves were burning, or had some divine ability to cast flame. In any case, these entities do not like the look of Ishmael, and they proceed to pounce on him before beating him up. But it is God himself who diffuses these angelic beings in their attack, and commands them to stand down. After this, Ishmael appears to be welcomed in the presence of God, and furthermore guided by the archangel Metatron. The other angels begin to quiz Metatron, asking him what makes Ishmael worthy to stand here amongst them. But Metatron answers all of their questions with an easy calmness, and seems to be able to pacify the other angels. Interestingly, Ishmael picks up on the fact that the other angels refer to him as youth. When he asks Metatron what his name is, Metatron explains that he goes by 70 names, but that indeed, God and the others refer to him as youth. But Ishmael perceives Metatron to be the greatest of angels, and he who is higher amongst all others, so he cannot fathom why he is called something as lowly as youth. But here Metatron drops the bombshell that the reason he is called youth is because he is the youngest angel, for he is in actuality the man formerly known as Enoch. Metatron reveals that when the flood occurred, he was brought up by God and saved from suffering the destruction of the earth, so that none could say that God was not merciful. So as to show how much God appreciated Enoch, he blessed him, and transformed him into a being that would govern the other angels.
Alright,
perhaps
be
the first
right
and
back. Gotta
only
go to the
archangel
restroom.
who had been born a human.
Enjoy your
But
flight.
as you might imagine, the transition from man
accompanying
to the ruler of angels did not come about without
Sonic
resistance.
pleasures
We are
via
told that
the
the angels
story
Uzzah, Azza,
of
and Azael rebelled
Megatron,
against this decision,
the angel.
declaring to God that he was a fool for making a man into an angel, and that they would not serve under one who was not born of them. But God reprimands them immediately and stamps out their descent, saying that he valued Enoch more than he did all of the other angels, and that they will bow to him, whether they like it or not. Evidently, the three angels do not have the same goal as Lucifer, for they submit to Enoch and do not plan to rebel. We learn that Enoch was given God's blessing and that his entire body was morphed, every part of him enlarged. He subsequently grew a set of 72 wings. He gave Enoch splendor, beauty, radiance, and even offered Enoch a throne of his own, whereby he would be known as God's representative. It is understood that every angel who wishes to speak to God must go through Metatron first, and that every command uttered by Metatron must be fulfilled by all other angels. It just goes to show how much God in this story trusts Enoch, that he gives him this sort of power. Note, this is a level of power that not even Lucifer was granted when he was an angel. We also learn that Metatron and Metatron alone is privy to many of God's secrets, furthermore showing us how much God trusts him and how valued he is as an angel. In fact, we also learn that God even nicknames him the Lesser Yahweh after himself, and goes as far as to put a crown on his head, almost like he is prepping him for a takeover or something. We also learn that the crown bestowed upon Metatron is so glorious that every angel he comes across, including the likes of Archangel Gabriel, prostrate before him without hesitation. The rest of 3 Enoch sees Metatron escorting Rabbi Ishmael on a journey through the heavens, where Ishmael experiences the wonders of both the spiritual world and the physical world. He learns about the other angels, the battles the angels have, and learns of the world of the demons. He is taught the way in which the heavens operate, the nature of order, and incurs a wealth of knowledge about God and God's plan. In the Talmud, meanwhile, we see Metatron mentioned only a couple of times. Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya is thought to have seen Metatron seated in the presence of God, something that is incongruent with the worship of God. It is believed that all subjects before God would fall to their knees before him, as is the case in the rabbi's vision, but Metatron is the only entity present who appeared to have been seated. It is understood that the reason why Metatron is allowed to sit is because, as mentioned earlier, Metatron is the heavenly scribe, and therefore granted the privilege of a seat by God so that he might be comfortable in such a difficult task, in recording everything that transpires. Interestingly, Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya also witnesses Metatron receive 60 strokes with fiery rods, and believed that this was done to delineate the difference of power between himself and God. It coincides with the story of 3 Enoch, in that whilst Metatron was considered to be the Lesser Yahweh and was held in such high regard that all other angels bowed to him, he was still utterly powerless against God. It shows that Metatron might have been a favourite of God, but he was not above being punished should he step out of line. It also gave way to the notion that angels were not exempt from God's wrath, and served as a caution to anyone else that if God was willing to whip his favourite Metatron 60 times with a fiery rod, imagine what he might do to someone who had irked him. Another belief within the Talmud is that when God is busy with his routines, or that his attention is elsewhere, Metatron might be called upon to sit in his stead, and be given the command of God for a short time. Meanwhile, in Islam, Metatron, or Metatrush, doesn't appear directly in the Quran, but is considered by some communities to be amongst the canonical archangels. Some scholars consider Metatrush to be the angel of the veil, and that it is only he who knows what lies beyond. Metatrush is also mentioned by 13th century Sufi writer Ahmed al-Buni, who described Metatron in a similar way to how Rabbi Ishmael describes him in 3 Enoch, but also attributes him to wielding a lance. In other Sufi beliefs, Metatron is considered to be the angel who is invoked to fight the evil spirits known as the Jinn, as well as demons, dark arts, and other supernatural happenings. Whilst Metatron is not at the forefront of people's mind when they think of archangels, there is a belief amongst some that the angel is very much real, and that he serves humanity in a variety of different ways. Those who claim to have seen or experienced the power of Metatron state that they see bright flashes of light when he is near, that which could be the shine of his glorious crown. Others believe that he manifests in a crystallized form, that which is magenta in colour, or that he may present a brilliantly lit cube of deep pinks, greens and whites. The cube itself in some beliefs is known as Metatron's cube, and it is this cube that he uses to heal people. Another common sign of the Archangel is the string of positive thoughts that one may suddenly receive during a state of depression. This is thought to be Metatron trying to promote wellness in the mind. The state of one's mind is thought to concern Metatron greatly, for he must record the deeds of men, and would therefore like men to act from a place of happiness, rather than a place of suffering. The frequent observation of geometric patterns are also thought to be a sign of Metatron's presence in one's life, and that this likely links back to his cube. Others associate a heightened state of awareness to Metatron, in that one must be elevated above regular consciousness in order to truly behold him. One final idea is that Metatron is linked to numbers, and that if one is prone to seeing numbers like 1111, perhaps on the clock, it is a sign that Metatron is present, and condoning the choices one has made. But let me know what you think about the Archangel Metatron below, and whether you've had your own experiences with this elusive angel. As always guys, if you've enjoyed today's video, then don't forget to give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe. Until the next time.
In early medieval France, the Count of Anjou became enthralled by a mysterious woman. They married and had several children. But the Count grew concerned because his wife always left church before Mass was celebrated. One day, he ordered his knights to stop her. But she pulled free and flew out through a window. The Countess of Anjou was never seen again. According to this legend, all 15 Plantagenet kings of England were descended from the demon Countess of Anjou. Her blood flowed in their veins. And over the centuries, this provided an explanation for the fierce temper, the bloody family feuds, and the brutality of the Plantagenets. Richard the Lionheart himself once declared defiantly, "From the devil we came, and to the devil we will go." In the medieval world, all politics was family politics, and the Plantagenet family dominated England for more than 300 years. Through some of the nation's most famous and infamous kings. King John, Henry V, Richard III. They were driven by dynastic ambition, striving to expand their power beyond their French homeland.
That ain't some bitch boy.
In the process, the culture and politics of the British Isles were transformed. England's distinctive system of justice was established. Parliament was born. And the great Gothic cathedrals transformed the landscape. The Plantagenets developed a new style of warfare in their attempt to claim Scotland. They conquered Wales and half of Ireland. And their great royal castles hammered home their power. When the Plantagenets won the Kingdom of England, it was shattered and lawless. Under their rule, it was transformed into one of the best governed states in Christendom. But their story is one of intrigue, conflict and violence. They fought their enemies, but also turned on each other. Sons made war on fathers, brothers betrayed brothers, powerful queens conspired. The future of Western Europe would be shaped by this extraordinary dynasty, this devil's brood. The story of England's longest reigning dynasty begins here in Anjou, western France. 12th century France was dominated by its great barons rather than by its nominal king. And these fertile farmlands of the Loire Valley were the domain of the Count of Anjou. In 1128, an enraged princess arrived here. Her name was Matilda, and she was the only surviving legitimate child of King Henry I of England and his acknowledged heir. Her father had commanded her to marry a 15-year-old boy, Geoffrey, the eldest son of the Count of Anjou. Matilda was outraged. She was 26 years old. She was the granddaughter of William the Conqueror. She was the widow of the mighty Holy Roman Emperor. She always called herself Empress. Geoffrey was the heir of a mere count. Matilda was notoriously willful, but in the selection of a husband, she had no say. Princesses were a powerful tool used by Europe's medieval dynasties to expand their territories. King Henry hoped that the arranged marriage at Le Mans Cathedral would produce a male heir, who would ultimately become Count of Anjou, Duke of Normandy, and King of England. Things didn't go according to plan. Both Geoffrey and Matilda were proud and quarrelsome people, and after a tumultuous year they separated. But this was, above all, a political union, and a reconciliation was soon imposed. Matilda rejoined her teenage husband and performed her royal duty, giving him 3 sons in 3 years. This ended any doubts about the succession, and also laid the foundations of a powerful new dynasty. Le Mans Museum contains the only surviving image of Geoffrey of Anjou. It once adorned his tomb. This plaque contains one of the earliest examples of heraldry.
What are we listening to?
That system of vivid symbols
Henry
through which the
II
ruling families of Europe were beginning to proclaim their dynastic
England, France,
pride.
and his sons Richard the Lionheart and John.
The distinctive pattern of blue and white on the inside of Geoffrey's cloak is called vert, representing the winter pelt of squirrels. And the golden lions on his shield were adopted by his descendants as the royal coat of arms, and ultimately became one of the most familiar national symbols of England. Geoffrey was an energetic, intelligent man with golden red hair.
Let's listen to the zeitgeist. What is this? I think we need to switch these. I think that's a better move because I can easily drop my hand down, but it's more difficult to go up. Wait, did these just die? They did. Just lost what we gotta do. Forget it. We'll wait on those. Go with these for a bit. One second.
The game was to find out what I already was.
Okay, alright, I know.
We were saying how very important it is to bring about in the human mind the radical revolution. The crisis is a crisis in consciousness, a crisis that cannot anymore accept the old norms, the old patterns, the ancient traditions. And considering what the world is now, with all their misery, conflict, destructive brutality, aggression, and so on, man is still as he was. Is still brutal, violent, aggressive, acquisitive, competitive, and he has built a society along these lines.
Society today is composed of a series of institutions. From political institutions, legal institutions, religious institutions, to institutions of social class, familial values, and occupational specialization, it is obvious the profound influence these traditionalized structures have in shaping our understandings and perspectives. Yet, of all the social institutions we are born into, directed by, and conditioned upon, there seems to be no system as taken for granted and misunderstood as the monetary system. Taking on nearly religious proportions, the established monetary institution exists as one of the most unquestioned forms of faith there is. How money is created, the policies by which it is governed, and how it truly affects society are unregistered interests of the great majority of the population. In a world where 1% of the population owns 40% of the planet's wealth, in a world where 34,000 children die every single day from poverty and preventable diseases, and where 50% of the world's population lives on less than $2 a day, one thing is clear: something is very wrong. And whether we are aware of it or not, the lifeblood of all of our established institutions, and thus society itself, is money. Therefore, understanding this institution of monetary policy is critical to understanding why our lives are the way they are. Unfortunately, economics is often viewed with confusion and boredom. Endless streams of financial jargon, coupled with intimidating mathematics, quickly deters people from attempts at understanding it. However, the fact is, the complexity associated with the financial system is a mere mask, designed to conceal one of the most socially paralyzing structures humanity has ever endured. A number of years ago, the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve, produced a document entitled Modern Money Mechanics. This publication detailed the institutionalized practice of money creation as utilized by the Federal Reserve and the web of global commercial banks it supports. On the opening page, the document states its objective. The purpose of this booklet is to describe the basic process of money creation in a fractional reserve banking system. It then proceeds to describe this fractional reserve process through various banking terminology, a translation of which goes something like this. The United States government decides it needs some money, so it calls up the Federal Reserve and requests, say, $10 billion. The Fed replies, saying, sure, we'll buy $10 billion in government bonds from you. So the government takes some pieces of paper, paints some official-looking designs on them, and calls them treasury bonds. Then it puts a value on these bonds to the sum of $10 billion and sends them over to the Fed. In turn, the people at the Fed draw up a bunch of impressive pieces of paper themselves, only this time calling them Federal Reserve notes, also designating a value of $10 billion to the Fed. The Fed then takes these notes and trades them for the bonds. Once this exchange is complete, the government then takes the $10 billion in Federal Reserve notes and deposits it into a bank account. And upon this deposit, the paper notes officially become legal tender money, adding $10 billion to the U.S. money supply. And there it is. $10 billion in new money has been created. Of course, this example is a generalization, for, in reality, this transaction would occur electronically, with no paper used at all. In fact, only 3% of the U.S. money supply exists in physical currency. The other 97% essentially exists in computers alone. Now, government bonds are, by design, instruments of debt. And when the Fed purchases these bonds, with money it essentially created out of thin air, the government is actually promising to pay back that money to the Fed. In other words, the money was created out of debt. This mind-numbing paradox of how money or value can be created out of debt or a liability will become more clear as we further this exercise. So, the exchange has been made and now $10 billion sits in a commercial bank account. Here's where it gets really interesting. For as based on the fractional reserve practice, that $10 billion deposit instantly becomes part of the bank's reserves, just as all deposits do. And regarding reserve requirements, as stated in Modern Money Mechanics, a bank must maintain legally required reserves equal to a prescribed percentage of its deposits. It then quantifies this by stating, under current regulations, the reserve requirement against most transaction accounts is 10%. This means that with a $10 billion deposit, 10%, or $1 billion, is held as the required reserve, while the other $9 billion is considered an excessive reserve and can be used as the basis for new loans. Now, it is logical to assume that this $9 billion is literally coming out of the existing $10 billion deposit. However, this is actually not the case. What really happens is that the $9 billion is simply created out of thin air on top of the existing $10 billion deposit. This is how the money supply is expanded. As stated in Modern Money Mechanics, of course they, the banks, do not really pay out loans from the money they receive as deposits. If they did this, no additional money would be created. What they do when they make loans is to accept promissory notes, loan contracts, in exchange for credits, money, to the borrower's transaction accounts. In other words, the $9 billion can be created out of nothing simply because there is a demand for such a loan and that there is a $10 billion deposit to satisfy the reserve requirements. Now, let's assume that somebody walks into this bank and borrows the newly available $9 billion. They will then most likely take that money and deposit it into their own bank account. The process then repeats. for that deposit becomes part of the bank's reserves. 10% is isolated, and in turn 90% of the $9 billion, or $8.1 billion, is now available as newly created money for more loans. And of course, that 8.1 can be loaned out and redeposited, creating an additional 7.2 billion to 6.5 billion to 5.9 billion, etc. This deposit money creation loan cycle can technically go on to infinity. The average mathematical result is that about $90 billion can be created on top of the original 10 billion. In other words, for every deposit that ever occurs in the banking system, about 9 times that amount can be created out of thin air.
Money jitters? Ask the obliging Bank of America for a jar of soothing instant money, M-O-N-E-Y, in the form of a convenient personal loan.
So, now that we understand how money is created by this fractional reserve banking system, a logical yet elusive question might come to mind. What is actually giving this newly created money value? The answer? The money that already exists. The new money essentially steals value from the existing money supply. For the total pool of money is being increased irrespective to demand for goods and services. And as supply and demand finds equilibrium, prices rise, diminishing the purchasing power of each individual dollar. This is generally referred to as inflation, and inflation is essentially a hidden tax on the public.
What is the advice that you generally get? And that is inflate the currency. They don't say debase the currency. They don't say devalue the currency. They don't say cheat the people who are safe. They say lower the interest rates. The real deception is when we distort the value of money. When we create money out of thin air, we have no savings, and yet there's so-called capital. So my question boils down to this: how in the world can we expect to solve the problems of inflation, that is, the increase in the supply of money, with more inflation?
Of course, it can't. The fractional reserve system of monetary expansion is inherently inflationary. For the act of expanding the money supply, without there being a proportional expansion of goods and services in the economy, will always debase a currency. In fact, a quick glance at the historical values of the US dollar versus the money supply reflects this point definitively, for the inverse relationship is obvious. $1 in 1913 required $21.60 in 2007 to match value. That is a 96% devaluation since the Federal Reserve came into existence. Now, if this reality of inherent and perpetual inflation seems absurd and economically self-defeating, hold that thought, for absurdity is an understatement in regard to how our financial system really operates. For in our financial system, money is debt, and debt is money. Here is a chart of the U.S. money supply from 1950 to 2006. Here is a chart of the U.S. national debt for the same period. How interesting it is that the trends are virtually the same. For the more money there is, the more debt there is. The more debt there is, the more money there is. To put it a different way, every single dollar in your wallet is owed to somebody by
What's in your wallet?
For remember, the only way the money can come into existence is from loans. Therefore, if everyone in the country were able to pay off all debts, including the government, there would not be $1 in circulation. In fact, the last time in American history the national debt was completely paid off was in 1835, after President Andrew Jackson shut down the central bank that preceded the Federal Reserve. In fact, Jackson's entire political platform essentially revolved around his commitment to shut down the central bank, stating at one point, "The bold efforts the present bank has made to control the government are but premonitions of the fate that awaits the American people, should they be deluded into a perpetuation of this institution or the establishment of another like it." Unfortunately, his message was short-lived, and the international bankers succeeded to install another central bank in 1913, the Federal Reserve. And as long as this institution exists, perpetual debt is guaranteed. Now, so far we have discussed the reality that money is created out of debt through loans. These loans are based on a bank's reserves, and reserves are derived from deposits. And through this fractional reserve system, any one deposit can create 9 times its original value, in turn debasing the existing money supply, raising prices in society. And since all this money is created out of debt and circulated randomly through commerce, people become detached from their original debt, and a disequilibrium exists where people are forced to compete for labor in order to pull enough money out of the money supply to cover their costs of living. As dysfunctional and backwards as all of this might seem, there is still one thing we have omitted from this equation. And it is this element of the structure which reveals the truly fraudulent nature of the system itself: the application of interest. When the government borrows money from the Fed, or when a person borrows money from a bank, it almost always has to be paid back with accrued interest. In other words, almost every single dollar that exists must be eventually returned to a bank with interest paid as well. But if all money is borrowed from the central bank and is expanded by commercial banks through loans, only what would be referred to as the principal is being created in the money supply. So then, where is the money to cover all of the interest that is charged? Nowhere. It doesn't exist. The ramifications of this are staggering, for the amount of money owed back to the banks will always exceed the amount of money that is available in circulation. This is why inflation is a constant in the economy, for new money is always needed to help cover the perpetual deficit built into the system, caused by the need to pay the interest. What this also means is that mathematically, defaults and bankruptcy are literally built into the system, and there will always be poor pockets of society that get the short end of the stick. An analogy would be a game of musical chairs, for once the music stops, somebody is left out to dry. And that's the point. It invariably transfers true wealth from the individual to the banks. For if you are unable to pay for your mortgage, they will take your property. This is particularly enraging when you realize that not only is such a default inevitable due to the fractional reserve practice, but also because of the fact that the money that the bank loaned to you didn't even legally exist in the first place. In 1969, there was a Minnesota court case involving a man named Jerome Daly, who was challenging the foreclosure of his home by the bank which provided the loan to purchase it. His argument was that the mortgage contract required both parties, being he and the bank, each put up a legitimate form of property for the exchange. In legal language, this is called consideration. Mr. Daly explained that the money was, in fact, not the property of the bank, for it was created out of nothing as soon as the loan agreement was signed. Remember what modern money mechanics stated about loans? What they do when they make loans is to accept promissory notes in exchange for credits. Reserves are unchanged by the loan transactions, but deposit credits constitute new additions to the total deposits of the banking system. In other words, the money doesn't come out of their existing assets. The bank is simply inventing it, putting up nothing of its own, except for a theoretical liability on paper. As the court case progressed, the bank's president, Mr. Morgan, took the stand, and in the judge's personal memorandum, he recalled that the plaintiff, bank's president, admitted that, in combination with the Federal Reserve Bank, did create the money and credit upon its books by bookkeeping entry. The money and credit first came into existence when they created it. Mr. Morgan admitted that no United States law or statute existed which gave him the right to do this. A lawful consideration must exist and be tendered to support the note. The jury found that there was no lawful consideration, and I agree. He also poetically added, "Only God can create something of value out of nothing." And upon this revelation, the court rejected the bank's claim for foreclosure, and Daly kept his home. The implications of this court decision are immense. For every time you borrow money from a bank, whether it is a mortgage loan or a credit card charge. The money given to you is not only counterfeit, it is an illegitimate form of consideration, and hence voids the contract to repay, for the bank never had the money as property to begin with. Unfortunately, such legal realizations are suppressed and ignored, and the game of perpetual wealth transfer and perpetual debt continues. And this brings us to the ultimate question: why? During the American Civil War, President Lincoln bypassed the high-interest loans offered by the European banks and decided to do what the Founding Fathers advocated, which was to create an independent and inherently debt-free currency. It was called the greenback. Shortly after this measure was taken, an internal document circulated between private British and American banking interests stated, "Slavery is but the owning of labor and carries with it the care of laborers, while the European plan is that capital shall control labor by controlling wages. This can be done by controlling the money. It will not do to allow the greenback, as we cannot control that." The fractional reserve policy perpetrated by the Federal Reserve, which has spread in practice to the great majority of banks in the world, is, in fact, a system of modern slavery. Think about it. Money is created out of debt. And what do people do when they are in debt? They submit to employment to pay it off. But if money can only be created out of loans, how can society ever be debt-free? It can't. And that's the point. And it is the fear of losing assets coupled with the struggle to keep up with the perpetual debt and inflation inherent in the system, compounded by the inescapable scarcity within the money supply itself, created by the interest that can never be repaid, that keeps the wage slave in line, running on the hamster wheel with millions of others, in effect powering an empire that truly benefits only the elite at the top of the pyramid. For, at the end of the day, who are you really working for? The banks. Money is created in a bank and invariably ends up in a bank. They are the true masters, along with the corporations and governments they support. Physical slavery requires people to be housed and fed. Economic slavery requires people to feed and house themselves. It is one of the most ingenious scams for social manipulation ever created, and at its core, it is an invisible war against the population. Debt is the weapon used to conquer and enslave societies, and interest is its prime ammunition. And as the majority walks around oblivious to this reality, the banks, in collusion with governments and corporations, continue to perfect and expand their tactics of economic warfare, spawning new bases, such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, while also inventing a new type of soldier, the birth of the economic hitman.
We economic hitmen really have been the ones responsible for creating this first truly global empire. And we work many different ways. But perhaps the most common is that we will identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, and then arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money never actually goes to the country. Instead, it goes to our big corporations to build infrastructure projects in that country, power plants, industrial parks, ports, things that benefit a few rich people in that country, in addition to our corporations, but really don't help the majority of the people at all. However, those people, the whole country is left holding a huge debt. It's such a big debt they can't repay it, and that's part of the plan, that they can't repay it. And so at some point, we economic hitmen go back to them and say, listen, you owe us a lot of money, can't pay your debts, so sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. Allow us to build a military base in your country, or send troops in support of ours to someplace in the world like Iraq, or vote with us on the next UN vote. To have their electric utility company privatized, and their water and sewage system privatized and sold to U.S. corporations or other multinational corporations. So there was that whole mushrooming thing, and it's so typical of the way the IMF and the World Bank work, that you put a country in debt, and it's such a big debt it can't pay it, and then you offer to refinance that debt and pay even more interest. And you demand this quid pro quo, which you call a conditionality or good governance, which means basically that they've got to sell off their resources, including many of their social services, their utility companies, their school systems sometimes, their penal systems, their insurance systems, to foreign corporations. So it's a double, triple, quadruple whammy. Whammy! The precedent for economic hitmen really began back in the early 50s when democratically elected Mossadegh, who was elected in Iran, he was considered to be the hope for democracy in the Middle East and around the world. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. But one of the things that he'd run on and began to implement was the idea that foreign oil companies needed to pay the Iranian people a lot more for the oil that they were taking out of Iran. The Iranian people should benefit from their own oil. Strange policy. Whammy! We didn't like that, of course. But we were afraid to do what we normally were doing, which was to send in the military. Instead, we sent in one CIA agent, Kermit Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt's relative. And Kermit went in with a few $1 million and was very, very effective and efficient. And in a short amount of time, he managed to get Mossadegh overthrown and brought in the Shah of Iran to replace him, who always was favorable to oil. And it was extremely effective.
Mobs overflow Tehran. Army officers shout that Mossadegh has surrendered and his regime as virtual dictator of Iran is ended. Pictures of the Shah are paraded through the streets as sentiment reverses. The Shah is welcomed home.
So back here in the United States, in Washington, people looked around and said, wow, that was easy and cheap. So this established a whole new way of manipulating countries, of creating empire. The only problem with Roosevelt was that he was a card-carrying CIA agent, and had he been caught, the ramifications could have been pretty serious. So very quickly at that point, the decision was made to use private consultants to channel the money through the World Bank or the IMF or one of the other such agencies, to bring in people like me who worked for private companies, so that if we got caught, there would be no governmental ramifications. When Arbenz became president of Guatemala, the country was very much under the thumbs of United Fruit Company, the big international corporations. And Arbenz ran on this ticket that says, you know, we want to get the land back to the people. And once he took power, he was implementing policies that would do exactly that, give land rights back to the people. United Fruit didn't like that very much. And so they hired a public relations firm, launched a huge campaign in the United States to convince the United States, the people, the citizens of the United States, and the press of the United States, and the Congress of the United States, that Arbenz was a Soviet puppet, and that if we allowed him to stay in power, the Soviets would have a foothold in this hemisphere. And that, at that point in time, was a huge fear on everybody's mind, the Red Terror, the Communist terror. And so, to make a long story short, out of this public relations campaign came a commitment on the part of the CIA and the military to take this man out. And in fact, we did. We sent in planes, we sent in soldiers, we sent in jackals, we sent everything in to take him out, and did take him out. And as soon as he was removed from office, the new guy that took over after him basically reinstated everything to the big international corporations, including United Fruit. Ecuador, for many, many years, had been ruled by pro-U.S. dictators, often relatively brutal. Then it was decided that they were going to have a truly democratic election. Jaime Roldos ran for office. And his main goal, he said, as president, would be to make sure that Ecuador's resources were used to help the people. And he won, overwhelming, by more votes than anybody had ever won anything in Ecuador. And he began to implement these policies to make sure that the profits from oil went to help the people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. I was sent down as one of several economic hitmen to change Roldos, to corrupt him, to bring him around, to let him know, you know, okay, you know, you can get very rich, you and your family, if you play our game, but if you continue to try to keep these policies you've promised, you're going to go. He wouldn't listen. He was assassinated. As soon as the plane crashed, the whole area was cordoned off. The only people allowed in were U.S. military from a nearby base and some of the Ecuadorian military. When an investigation was launched, 2 of the key witnesses died in car accidents before they had a chance to testify. A lot of very, very strange things that went on around the assassination of Jaime Roldos. I, like most people who've really looked at this case, have absolutely no doubt that it was an assassination. And of course, in my position as an economic hitman, I was always expecting something to happen to Jaime, whether it be a coup or assassination, I wasn't sure, but that he would be taken down because he was not being corrupted. He would not allow himself to be corrupted the way we wanted to corrupt him. Omar Torrijos, president of Panama, was, you know, one of my favorite people. I really, really liked him. He was very charismatic. He was a guy who really wanted to help his country. And when I tried to bribe him or corrupt him, he said, look, John, he called me Juanito. He said, look, Juanito, I don't need the money. What I really need is for my country to be treated fairly. I need for the United States to repay the debts that you owe my people for all the destruction you've done here. I need to be in a position where I can help other Latin American countries win their independence and be free of this terrible presence from the north that you people are exploiting us so badly. I need to have the Panama Canal back in the hands of the Panamanian people. That's what I want. And so, leave me alone. Don't try to bribe me. It was 1981, and in May, Jaime Roldos was assassinated. And Omar was very aware of this. Torrijos got his family together and he said, I'm probably next, but it's okay because I've done what I came here to do. I've renegotiated the canal. The canal will now be in our hands. He just finished negotiating the treaty with Jimmy Carter. In June of that same year, just a couple of months later, he also went down in an airplane crash, which there's no question was executed by CIA-sponsored jackals. Tremendous amount of evidence that one of Torrijos' security guards handed him at the last moment as he was getting on the plane a tape recorder, a small tape recorder that contained a bomb. It is interesting to me how this system has continued pretty much the same way for years and years and years, except the economic hitmen have got better and better and better. Then we come up with, very recently, what happened in Venezuela. In 1998, Hugo Chavez gets elected president, following a long line of presidents who had been very corrupt and basically destroyed the economy of the country. And Chavez was elected amidst all that. Chavez stood up to the United States, and he's done it primarily demanding that Venezuelan oil be used to help the Venezuelan people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. Whatever. So in 2002, a coup was staged, which there's no question in my mind, and most other people's minds, that the CIA was behind that coup. The way that coup was fomented was very reflective of what Kermit Roosevelt had done in Iran, of paying people to go out into the streets, to riot, to protest, to say this Chavez is very unpopular. You know, if you can get a few thousand people to do that, television can make it look like it's the whole country, and things start to mushroom. Except in the case of Chavez, he was smart enough, and the people were so strongly behind him that they overcame it, which was a phenomenal moment in the history of Latin America. Iraq actually is a perfect example of the way the whole system works. So we economic hitmen are the first line of defense. We go in and we try to corrupt governments and get them to accept these huge loans, which we then use as leverage to basically own them. If we fail, as I failed in Panama with Omar Torrijos and in Ecuador with Jaime Roldos, men who refuse to be corrupted. Then the second line of defense is we send in the jackals, and the jackals either overthrow governments or they assassinate. And once that happens and a new government comes in, and boy, it's going to toe the line because the new president knows what will happen if he doesn't. In the case of Iraq, both of those things failed. Economic hitmen were not able to get through to Saddam Hussein. We tried very hard. We tried to get him to accept a deal very similar to what the House of Saud had accepted in Saudi Arabia, but he wouldn't accept it. And so the jackals went in to take him out. They couldn't do it. His security was very good. After all, he had one time worked for the CIA. He'd been hired to assassinate a former president of Iraq and failed, but he knew the system. So in '91, we send in the troops and we take out the Iraqi military. So we assume at that point that Saddam Hussein is going to come around. We could have taken him out, of course, at that time, but we didn't want to. He's the kind of strong man we like. He controls his people. We thought he could control the Kurds and keep the Iranians in their border and keep pumping oil for us. And then once we took out his military, now he's going to come around. So the economic hitmen go back in the 90s without success. If they'd had success, he'd still be running the country. We'd be selling him all the fighter jets he wants and everything else he wants. But they couldn't, they didn't have success. The jackals couldn't take him out again. So we sent the military in once again, and this time we did the complete job and took him out, and in the process created for ourselves some very, very lucrative construction deals. We had to reconstruct a country that we'd essentially destroyed, which is a pretty good deal if you own construction companies, big ones. So, you know, Iraq shows the three stages. The economic hitmen failed there, the jackals failed there, and as a final measure, the military goes in. And in that way, we've really created an empire, but we've done it very, very subtly. It's clandestine. All the empires of the past were built on the military, and everybody knew they were building them. So the British knew they were building them, the French, the Germans, the Romans, the Greeks, and they were proud of it. And they always had some excuse, like spreading civilization, spreading some religion, something like that. But they knew they were doing it. We don't. The majority of the people in the United States have no idea that we're living off the benefits of a clandestine empire. That today there's more slavery in the world than ever before. And then you have to ask yourself, well, if it's an empire, then who's the emperor? Obviously, our presidents of the United States are not emperors. An emperor is someone who's not elected, doesn't serve a limited term, and doesn't report to anyone, essentially. So you can't classify our presidents that way. But we do have what I consider to be the equivalent of the emperor, and it's what I call the corporatocracy. The corporatocracy is this group of individuals who run our biggest corporations, and they really act as the emperor of this empire. They control our media, either through direct ownership or advertising. They control most of our politicians because they finance their campaigns, either through their corporations or through personal contributions that come out of the corporations. They're not elected, they don't serve a limited term, they don't report to anybody. And at the very top of the corporatocracy, you really can't tell whether a person's working for a private corporation or the government because they're always moving back and forth. So, you know, you've got a guy who one moment is the president of a big construction company like Halliburton, and the next moment he's vice president of the United States, or the president who is in the oil business. And this is true whether you've got Democrats or Republicans in the office. You have to moving back and forth through the revolving door. And in a way, our government is invisible a lot of the time, and its policies are carried out by our corporations on one level or another. And then again, the policies of the government are basically forged by the corporatocracy and then presented to the government. They become government policy. So it's an incredibly cozy relationship. This isn't a conspiracy theory type of thing. These people don't have to get together and plot to do things. They all basically work under one primary assumption, and that is that they must maximize profits regardless of the social and environmental costs.
I'm here.
This process of manipulation by the corporatocracy through the use of debt, bribery, and political overthrow is called globalization. Just as the Federal Reserve keeps the American public in a position of indentured servitude through perpetual debt, inflation, and interest, The World Bank and IMF
what do I do
serve this
now?
role on a global scale. The basic scam is simple. Put a country in debt either by its own indiscretion or through corrupting the leader of that country. Then impose conditionalities or structural adjustment policies, often consisting of the following. Currency devaluation. When the value of a currency drops, so does everything valued in it. This makes indigenous resources available to predator countries at a fraction of their worth. Large funding cuts for social programs. These usually include education and healthcare, compromising the well-being and integrity of the society, leaving the public vulnerable to exploitation. Privatization of state-owned enterprises. This means that socially important systems can be purchased and regulated by foreign corporations for profit. For example, in 1999, the World Bank insisted that the Bolivian government sell the public water system of its third largest city to a subsidy of the U.S. corporation Bechtel. As soon as this occurred, water bills for the already impoverished local residents skyrocketed. It wasn't until after a full-blown revolt by the people that the Bechtel contract was nullified. Then there's trade liberalization, or the opening up of the economy through removing any restrictions on foreign trade. This allows for a number of abusive economic manifestations, such as transnational corporations bringing in their own mass-produced products, undercutting the indigenous production and ruining local economies. An example is Jamaica, which, after accepting loans and conditionalities from the World Bank, lost its largest cash crop markets due to competition with Western imports. Today, countless farmers are out of work, for they are unable to compete with the large corporations. Another variation is the creation of numerous, seemingly unnoticed, unregulated, inhumane sweatshop factories, which take advantage of the imposed economic hardship. Additionally, due to production deregulation, environmental destruction is perpetual, as a country's resources are often exploited by the indifferent corporations while outputting large amounts of deliberate pollution.
The largest environmental lawsuit in the history of the world today is being brought on behalf of 30,000 Ecuadorian Amazonian people against Texaco, which is now owned by Chevron. So today it's against Chevron, but for activities conducted by Texaco. Estimated to be more than 18 times what the Exxon Valdez dumped into the coast of Alaska. In the case of Ecuador, it wasn't an accident. The oil companies did it intentionally. They knew they were doing it to save money out there rather than arranging for proper disposal.
Furthermore, a cursory glance at the performance record of the World Bank reveals that the institution, which publicly claims to help poor countries develop and alleviate poverty, has done nothing but increase poverty and the wealth gap, while corporate profits soar. In 1960, the income gap between the fifth of the world's people in the richest countries versus the fifth in the poorest countries was 30 to 1. By 1998, it was 74 to 1. While global GNP rose 40% between 1970 and 1985, those in poverty actually increased by 17%. While from 1985 to 2000, those living on less than $1 a day increased by 18%. Even the Joint Economic Committee of the U.S. Congress admitted that there is a mere 40% success rate of all World Bank projects. In the late 1960s, the World Bank intervened in Ecuador with large loans. During the next 30 years, poverty grew from 50% to 70%. Under or unemployment grew from 15 to 70%. Public debt increased from 240 million to 16 billion, while the share of resources allocated to the poor went from 20% to 6%. In fact, by the year 2000, 50% of Ecuador's national budget had to be allocated for paying its debts. It is important to understand the World Bank is, in fact, a U.S. bank supporting U.S. interests, for the United States holds veto power over decisions, as it is the largest provider of capital. And where did it get this money? You guessed it. It made it out of thin air through the fractional reserve banking system. Of the world's top 100 economies, as based on annual GDP, 51 are corporations, and 47 of that 51 are US-based.
Weird.
Walmart, General Motors, and Exxon are more economically powerful than Saudi Arabia, Poland, Norway, South Africa, Finland, Indonesia, and many others. And as protective trade barriers are broken down, currencies tossed together and manipulated in floating markets, and state economies overturned in favor of open competition and global capitalism,
I can clearly
the empire
see
expands.
there's a treasure right there.
You get up on your little 21-inch screen and howl about America and democracy. There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and ITT and AT&T and DuPont, Dow, Union Carbide, and Exxon.
Look at that.
Those are the nations of the world today. What do you think the Russians talk about in their councils of state? Karl Marx? They get out their linear programming charts, statistical decision theories, Minimax solutions, and compute the price-cost probabilities of their transactions and investments, just like we do. We no longer live in a world of nations and ideologies, Mr. Beale. The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
Earth Mother, watch over you.
The world is a business, Mr. Beale.
What wind did you ride in?
That's a bunch of crap.
The world is being taken over by a handful of business powers who dominate the natural resources we need to live while controlling the money we need to obtain these resources. The end result will be world monopoly, based not on human life, but financial and corporate power. And as the inequality grows, naturally more and more people are becoming desperate. So the establishment was forced to come up with a new way to deal with anyone who challenges the system. So they gave birth to the terrorist. The term terrorist is an empty distinction, designed for any person or group who chooses to challenge the establishment. This isn't to be confused with the fictional Al-Qaeda, which was actually the name of a computer database for the US-supported Mujahideen in the 1980s. In 2007, the Department of Defense received $161.8 billion for the so-called global war on terrorism. According to the National Counterterrorism Center, in 2004, roughly 2,000 people were killed internationally due to supposed terrorist acts. Of that number, 70 were American. Using this number as a general average, which is extremely generous, it is interesting to note that twice as many people die from peanut allergies a year than from terrorist acts. Concurrently, the leading cause of death in America is coronary heart disease, killing roughly 450,000 each year. And in 2007, the government's allocation of funds for research on this issue was about $3 billion. This means that the US government in 2007 spent 54 times the amount for preventing terrorism than it spent for preventing a disease which kills 6,600 times more people annually than terrorism does. Yet, as the name terrorism and Al-Qaeda are arbitrarily stamped on every news report relating to any action taken against US interests, the myth grows wider. In mid-2008, the U.S. Attorney General actually proposed that the U.S. Congress officially declare war against the fantasy. Not to mention, as of July 2008, there are now over 1 million people currently on the U.S. terrorist watch list. These so-called counterterrorism measures, of course, have nothing to do with social protection, and everything to do with preserving the establishment amongst the growing anti-American sentiment both domestically and internationally, which is legitimately founded on the greed-based corporate empire expansion that is exploiting the world. The true terrorists of our world do not meet at the docks at midnight or scream Allah Akbar before some violent action. The true terrorists of our world wear $5,000 suits and work in the highest positions of finance, government, and business. So, what do we do? How do we stop a system of greed and corruption that has so much power and momentum? How do we stop this aberrant group behavior which feels no compassion for, say, the millions slaughtered in Iraq and Afghanistan, so the corporatocracy can control energy resources and opium production for Wall Street profit? How do we stop a system of greed and corruption that condemns poor populations to sweatshop slavery for the benefit of Madison Avenue? Or that engineers false flag terror attacks for the sake of manipulation? Or that generates built-in modes of social operation which are inherently exploitative? Or that systematically reduces civil liberties and violates human rights in order to protect itself from its own shortcomings? How do we deal with the numerous covert institutions, such as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg Group, and other undemocratically elected groups which, behind closed doors, collude to control the political, financial, social, and environmental elements of our lives? In order to find the answer, we must first find the true underlying cause. For the fact is, the selfish, corrupt, power and profit-based groups are not the true source of the problem. They are symptoms.
My name is Jacques Fresco. I'm an industrial designer and a social engineer. I'm very much interested in society and developing a system that might be sustainable for all people. First of all, the word corruption is a monetary invention. That aberrant behavior that's disruptive to the well-being of people, while you're dealing with human behavior. And human behavior appears to be environmentally determined, meaning if you were raised by the Seminole Indians as a baby, never saw anything else, you'd hold that value system. And this goes for nations, it goes for individuals, for families. They try to indoctrinate their children to their particular faith and their country and make them feel like they're part of that. And they build a society which they call established. They establish a workable point of view and tend to perpetuate that, whereas all societies are really emergent, not established. And so they fight new ideas that would interfere with the establishment. Governments try to perpetuate that which keeps them in power. People are not elected to political office to change things. They're put there to keep things the way they are. So you see, the basis of corruption is in our society. Let me make it clear. All nations then are basically corrupt because they tend to uphold existing institutions. I don't mean to uphold or downgrade all nations, but communism, socialism, fascism, the free enterprise system, and all other subcultures are the same. They are all basically corrupt.
The most fundamental characteristic of our social institutions is the necessity for self-preservation. Whether dealing with a corporation, a religion, or a government, the foremost interest is to preserve the institution itself. For instance, the last thing an oil company would ever want is the utilization of energy that was outside of its control, for it makes that company less relevant to society. Likewise, the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union was, in reality, a way to preserve and perpetuate the established economic and global hegemony of the United States. Similarly, religions condition people to feel guilty for natural inclinations, each claiming to offer the only path to forgiveness and salvation. At the heart of this institutional self-preservation lies the monetary system, for it is money that provides the means for power and survival. Therefore, just as a poor person might be forced to steal in order to survive, it is a natural inclination to do whatever is needed to continue an institution's profitability. This makes it inherently difficult for profit-based institutions to change, for it puts in jeopardy not only the survival of large groups of people, but also the coveted materialistic lifestyles associated with affluence and power. Therefore, the paralyzing necessity to preserve an institution, regardless of its social relevance, is largely rooted in the need for money or profit.
What's in it for me is the way people think. And so if a man makes money selling a certain product, naturally he's going to fight the existence of another product that may threaten his institution. Therefore, people cannot be fair, and people do not trust each other. A guy will come over to you and say, I got just the house you're looking for. He's a salesman. When a doctor says, I think your kidney has to come out, I don't know if he's trying to pay off a yacht or that my kidney has to come out. It's hard in a monetary system to trust people. If you came into my store and I said, this lamp that I've got is pretty good, but the lamp next door is much better, I wouldn't be in business very long. It wouldn't work. If I were ethical, it wouldn't work. So when you say industry cares for people, that's not true. They can't afford to be ethical. So your system is not designed to serve the well-being of people. If you still don't understand that, there would be no outsourcing of jobs if they cared about people. Industry does not care. They only hire people because it hasn't been automated yet. So don't talk about decency and ethics. We cannot afford it and remain in business.
It is important to point out that regardless of the social system, whether fascist, socialist, capitalist, or communist, the underlying mechanism is still money, labor, and competition. Communist China is no less capitalistic than the United States. The only difference is the degree by which the state intervenes in enterprise. The reality is that monetaryism, so to speak, is the true mechanism that guides the interests of all the countries on the planet. The most aggressive and hence dominant variation of this monetaryism is the free enterprise system. The fundamental perspective, as put forth by early free market economists like Adam Smith, is that self-interest in competition leads to social prosperity, as the act of competition creates incentive, which motivates people to persevere. However, what isn't talked about is how a competition-based economy invariably leads to strategic corruption, power and wealth consolidation, social stratification, technological paralysis, labor abuse, and, ultimately, a covert form of government dictatorship by the rich elite. The word corruption is often defined as moral perversion. If a company dumps toxic waste into the ocean to save money, most people recognize this as corrupt behavior. On a more subtle level, when Walmart moves into a small town and forces small businesses to shut down for they are unable to compete, a gray area emerges. For what exactly is Walmart doing wrong? Why should they care about mom-and-pop organizations they destroy? Yet, even more subtly, when a person gets fired from their job because a new machine has been created which can do the work for less money, people tend to just accept that as the way it is, not seeing the inherent corrupt inhumanity of such an action. Because the fact is, whether it is dumping toxic waste, having a monopoly enterprise, or downsizing the workforce, the motive is the same: profit. They are all different degrees of the same self-preserving mechanism, which always puts the well-being of people second to monetary gain. Therefore, corruption is not some byproduct of monetarism. It is the very foundation. And while most people acknowledge this tendency on one level or another, the majority remains naive as to the broad ramifications of having such a selfish mechanism as the guiding mentality in society.
Internal documents show that after this company positively, absolutely knew that they had a medication that was infected with the AIDS virus, they took the product off the market in the U.S. and then they dumped it in France, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The U.S. government allowed it to happen. The FDA allowed this to happen. And now the government is completely looking the other way. Thousands of innocent hemophiliacs have died from the AIDS virus. This company knew absolutely that it was infected with AIDS. They dumped it because they wanted to turn this disaster into a profit.
So you see, you have built-in corruption.
I think it's time to
We're
do some
all
dungeons.
off each other, and you can't expect decency.
But I'm gonna be back. Gotta go get some water.
And feeling that, they don't know who to elect. They think in terms of a democracy, which is not possible in a monetary-based economy. If you have more money to advertise your position, the position you desire in government, that isn't a democracy. It serves those in positions of differential advantage. So it's always a dictatorship of the elitists, the financially wealthy.
It is an interesting observation to note how seemingly unknown personalities magically appear on the scene as presidential candidates. Then, before you know it, somehow you are left to choose from a small group of extremely wealthy people who suspiciously have the same broad social view. Obviously, it's a joke. The people placed on the ballot are done so because they have been pre-decided to be acceptable by the established financial powers who actually run the show. Yet, many who understand this illusion of democracy often think, if only we could just get our honest, ethical politicians in power, then we would be okay. Well, while this idea, of course, seems reasonable in our established-oriented worldview, it is, unfortunately, another fallacy. For when it really comes down to what is actually important, the institution of politics, and thus politicians themselves, have absolutely no true relevance as to what makes our world and society function.
It's not politicians
Usually not a
that
whoopee
can
cushion.
solve problems. They have no technical capabilities. They don't know how to solve problems. Even
All
if
right.
they were sincere, they don't know how to solve problems. It's the technicians that produce the desalinization plants. It's the technicians that give you electricity, that give you motor vehicles, that heat your house and cool it in the summertime. It's technology that solves problems, not politics. Politics cannot solve problems because they're not trained to do so.
Very few people today stop and consider what it is that actually improves their lives. Is it money? Obviously not. One cannot eat money or stuff money into their car to get it to run. Is it politics? All politicians can do is create laws, establish budgets, and declare war. Is it religion? Of course not. Religion creates nothing except intangible emotional solace for those who require it. The true gift that we as human beings have, which has been solely responsible for everything that has improved our lives, is technology. What is technology? Technology is a pencil which allows one to solidify ideas on paper for communication. Technology is an automobile which allows one to travel faster than feet would allow. Technology is a pair of eyeglasses which enables sight for those who need it. Applied technology itself is merely an extension of human attributes which reduces human effort, freeing humans from a particular chore or problem. Imagine what your life would be like today without a telephone, or an oven, or a computer, or an airplane. Everything in your home, which you take for granted, from a doorbell, to a table, to a dishwasher, is technology generated from the creative, scientific ingenuity of human technicians,
Oh, so less than
not
1 minute.
money, politics, or religion. These are false institutions.
And writing your congressman is fantastic. They tell you to write your congressman if you want something done. The men in Washington should be at the forefront of technology, the forefront of human studies, the forefront of crime, all the factors that shape human behavior. You don't have to write your congressman. What kind of people are they that are appointed to do that job? The future will have great difficulty. And the question that's raised by politicians is, how much will a project cost? The question is not how much will it cost. Do we have the resources? And we have the resources today to house everyone, build hospitals all over the world,
What the hell?
build schools all over the world, the finest equipment and labs for teaching and doing medical research.
Not taking shit.
So you see, we have all that, but we're in a monetary system. And in a monetary system, there's profit.
And what is the fundamental mechanism that drives the profit system besides self-interest? What is it exactly that maintains that competitive edge at its core? Is it high efficiency and sustainability? No, that isn't part of their design. Nothing produced in our profit-based society is even remotely sustainable or efficient. If it was, there wouldn't be a multi-million-dollar-a-year service industry for automobiles. Nor would the average lifespan for most electronics be less than 3 months before they're obsolete. Is it abundance? Absolutely not. Abundance, as based on the laws of supply and demand, is actually a negative thing. If a diamond company finds 10 times the usual amount of diamonds during their mining, it means the supply of diamonds has increased, which means the cost and profit per diamond drops. The fact is, efficiency, sustainability, and abundance are enemies of profit. To put it into a word, it is the mechanism of scarcity that increases profits.
What is scarcity? Based on keeping products valuable. Slowing up production on oil raises the price. Maintaining scarcity of diamonds keeps the price high. They burn diamonds at the Kimberley diamond mine. They're made of carbon. That keeps the price up.
So then, what does it mean for society when scarcity, either produced naturally or through manipulation, is a beneficial condition for industry? It means that sustainability and abundance will never ever occur in a profit system, for it simply goes against the very nature of the structure. Therefore, it is impossible to have a world without war or poverty. It is impossible to continually advance technology to its most efficient and productive states. And, most dramatically, it is impossible to expect human beings to behave in truly ethical or decent ways.
People use the word instinct because they can't account for the behavior. They sit back and they evaluate with their lack of knowledge, and they say things like, humans are built a certain way, greed is a natural thing, as though they worked for years on it, and it's no more natural than wearing clothing.
What we want to do is to eliminate the causes of the problems, eliminate the processes that produce greed and bigotry and prejudice and people taking advantage of one another and elitism, eliminating the need for prisons and welfare. We have always had these problems because we have always lived within scarcity and barter and monetary systems that produce scarcity.
If you eradicate the conditions that generate what you call socially offensive behavior, it does not exist. The guy said, well, isn't that inborn? No, it's not.
There is no human nature. There's human behavior, and that's always been changed throughout history. You're not born with bigotry and greed and corruption and hatred. You pick that up within the society.
War, poverty, corruption, hunger, misery, human suffering will not change in a monetary system. That is, there'll be very little significant change. It's going to take the redesign of our culture, our values, and it has to be related to the carrying capacity of the earth, not some human opinion or some politician's notions of the way the world ought to be, or some religious notions of the conduct of human affairs. And that's what the Venus Project is about. The society that we're about to talk about is a society that is free of all the old superstitions, incarceration, prisons, police, cruelty, and law. All laws will disappear, and the professions will disappear that are no longer valid, such as stockbrokers, bankers, advertising, gone forever, because it's no longer relevant.
When we understand that it is technology devised by human ingenuity which frees humanity and increases our quality of life, we then realize that the most important focus we can have is on the intelligent management of the Earth's resources. For it is from these natural resources we gain the materials to continue our path of prosperity. Understanding this, we then see that money fundamentally exists as a barrier to these resources, for virtually everything has a financial cost. And why do we need money to obtain these resources? Because of real or assumed scarcity. We don't usually pay for air and tap water because it is in such high abundance, selling it would be pointless.
Why can't you be an independent?
So then, logically speaking, if resources and technologies applicable to creating everything in our societies, such as houses, cities, and transportation, were in high enough abundance, there would be no reason to sell anything. Likewise, if automation and machinery was so technologically advanced as to relieve human beings of labor, there would be no reason to have a job. And with these social aspects taken care of, there would be no reason to have money at all. So the ultimate question remains: do we on Earth have enough resources and technological understanding to create a society of such abundance that everything we have now could be available without a price tag and without the need for submission through employment? Yes, we do. We have the resources and technology to enable this at a minimum, along with the ability to raise the standard of living so high that people in the future will look back at our civilization now and gawk at how primitive and immature our society was.
What the Venus Project proposes is an entirely different system that's updated to present-day knowledge.
We've never given scientists the problem of how do you design a society which would eliminate boring and monotonous jobs, that would eliminate accidents in transportation, that would enable people to have a high standard of living, that would eliminate poisons in our food, that would give us other sources of energy that are clean and efficient. We can do that out there. The major difference between a resource-based economy and a monetary system is that a resource-based economy is really concerned with people and their well-being, where a monetary system has become so distorted that the concerns of the people are really secondary, if they're there at all. The products that are turned out are for how much money you can get. If there is a problem in society and you can't earn money from solving that problem, then it won't be done. The resource-based economy is really not close to anything that's been tried. And with all our technology today, we can create abundance. It could be used to improve everyone's lifestyle. Abundance all over the world if we use our technology wisely and maintain the environment.
It's a very different system, and it's very hard to talk about because the public is not that well enough informed as to the state of technology. At present, we don't have to burn fossil fuels. We don't have to use anything that would contaminate the environment. There are many sources of energy available.
Alternative energy solutions pushed by the establishment, such as hydrogen, biomass, and even nuclear, are highly insufficient, dangerous, and exist only to perpetuate the profit structure that industry has created. When we look beyond the propaganda and self-serving solutions put forth by the energy companies, we find a seemingly endless stream of clean, abundant, and renewable energy for generating power. Solar and wind energy are well known to the public, but the true potential of these mediums remains unexpressed. Solar energy, derived from the sun, has such abundance that 1 hour of light at high noon contains more energy than what the entire world consumes in a year. If we could capture 1/100% of this energy, the world would never have to use oil, gas, or anything else. The question then is not availability, but the technology to harness it. And there are many advanced mediums today which could accomplish just that, if they were not hindered by the need to compete for market share with the established energy power structures. Then there's wind energy. Wind energy has long been denounced as weak, and due to being location-driven, impractical. This is simply not true. The U.S. Department of Energy admitted in 2007 that if wind was fully harvested in just 3 of America's 50 states, it could power the entire nation. And then there are the rather unknown mediums of tidal and wave power. Tidal power is derived from tidal shifts in the ocean. Installing turbines which capture this movement generates energy. In the United Kingdom, 42 sites are currently noted as available, forecasting that 34% of all the UK's energy could come from tidal power alone. Wave power, which extracts energy from the surface motions of the ocean, is estimated to have a global potential of up to 80,000 terawatt-hours a year. This means 50% of the entire planet's energy usage could be produced from this medium alone. Now, it is important to point out that tidal, wave, solar, and wind power requires virtually no preliminary energy to harness, unlike coal, oil, gas, biomass, hydrogen, and all the others. In combination, these 4 mediums alone, if efficiently harnessed through technology, could power the world forever. That being said, there happens to be another form of clean, renewable energy which trumps them all: geothermal power. Geothermal energy utilizes what is called heat mining, which, through a simple process using water, is able to generate massive amounts of clean energy. In 2006, an MIT report on geothermal energy found that 13,000 zettajoules of power are currently available in the Earth, with the possibility of 2,000 zettajoules being easily tappable with improved technology. The total energy consumption of all the countries on the planet is about half of a zettajoule a year. This means about 4,000 years of planetary power could be harnessed in this medium alone. And when we understand that the Earth's heat generation is constantly renewed, this energy is really limitless and could be used forever. These energy sources are only a few of the clean, renewable mediums available, and as time goes on, we will find more. The grand realization is that we have total energy abundance without the need for pollution, traditional conservation, or in fact, a price tag. And what about transportation? The prevailing means of transportation in our societies is by automobile and aircraft, both of which predominantly need fossil fuels to run. In the case of the automobile, the battery technology needed to power an electric car that can go over 100 miles an hour for over 200 miles on one charge exists, and has existed for many years. However, due to battery patents controlled by the oil industry, which limits their availability to maintain market share, coupled with political pressure from the energy industry, the accessibility and affordability of this technology is limited. There is absolutely no reason other than pure, corrupt profit interest that every single vehicle in the world cannot be electric and utterly clean, with zero need for gasoline. As far as airplanes, it is time we realize that this means of travel is inefficient, cumbersome, slow, and causes far too much pollution. This is a maglev train. It uses magnets for propulsion. It is fully suspended by a magnetic field and requires less than 2% of the energy used for plane travel. The train has no wheels, so nothing can wear out. The current maximum speed of versions of this technology, as used in Japan, is 361 miles per hour. However, this version of the technology is very dated. An organization called ET3, which has connections with the Venus Project, has established a tube-based maglev that can travel up to 4,000 miles per hour in a motionless, frictionless tube, which can go over land or underwater. Imagine going from LA to New York for an extended lunch break, or from Washington, D.C. to Beijing, China in 2 hours. This is the future of continental and intercontinental travel, fast, clean, with only a fraction of the energy usage we use today for the same means. In fact, between maglev technology, advanced battery storage, and geothermal energy, there would be no reason to ever burn fossil fuels again. And we can do this now if we were not held back by the paralyzing profit structure.
What the fuck?
Now, America is inclined toward fascism. It has a propensity by its dominant philosophy and religion to uphold the fascist point of view. American industry is essentially a fascist institution. If you don't understand that, the minute you punch that time clock, you walk into a dictatorship.
We're given notions about the respectability of work, and I really look at it as being paid slavery.
They're brought up to believe that you shall earn your living by the sweat of your brow. That holds people back. Freeing people from drudgery, repetitive jobs which make them ignorant. You rob them. In our society, that is a resource-based economy, machines free people. You see, we can't imagine that because we've never known that kind of world.
If we look back at history, we see a very clear pattern of machine automation slowly replacing human labor. From the disappearance of the elevator man to the near full automation of an automobile production plant, the fact is, as technology grows, the need for humans in the workforce will continually be diminished. This creates a serious clash, which proves the falseness of the monetary-based labor system. For human employment is in direct competition with technological development. Therefore, given the fundamental priority of profit by industry, people through time will be continually laid off and replaced by machine.
When industry takes on a machine, instead of shortening the workday, they downsize. You lose your job. So you have a right to fear machines.
In a high-technology, resource-based economy, it is conservative to say that about 90% of all current occupations could be phased out by machines, freeing humans to live their life without servitude, for this is the point of technology itself. And through time, with nanotechnology and other highly advanced forms of science, it is not far-fetched to see how even complex medical procedures could be performed by machines as well, and based on the pattern, with much higher success rates than humans get today. The path is clear, but our monetary-based structure, which requires labor for income, blocks this progress, for humans need jobs in order to survive. The bottom line is that this system must go, or we will never be free, and technology will be constantly paralyzed.
We have machines that clean out sewers. It frees a human being from doing that. So look at machines as extensions of human performance.
Furthermore, many occupations today will have simply no basis to exist in a resource-based economy, such as anything associated with the management of money, advertising, along with the legal system itself. For without money, a great majority of the crimes that are committed today would never occur. Virtually all forms of crime are a consequence of the monetary system, either directly or by neuroses inflicted through financial deprivation. Therefore, laws themselves could eventually become extinct.
Instead of putting up a sign, drive carefully, slippery when wet, put abrasive in the highway so it's not slippery when wet. And if a person gets in a car that's drunk and the car oscillates a great deal, there's a little pendulum that swings up and back, and that'll pull the car over to the side. Not a law. Solution. Put sonar and radar in automobiles so they can't hit one another. Man-made laws are attempts to deal with occurring problems, and not knowing how to solve them, they make a law.
In the United States, the most privatized, capitalist country on the planet, it should come as no surprise that it also has the largest prison population in the world, growing every year. Statistically, most of these people are uneducated and come from poor, deprived societies. And, contrary to propaganda, it is this environmental conditioning which lures them into criminal and violent behavior. However, society looks the other way in regard to this point. The legal and prison systems are just more examples of how our society avoids examining the root causes of behavior. Billions are spent each year on prisons and police, while only a fraction is spent on programs for poverty, which is one of the most fundamental variables responsible for crime to begin with. And as long as we have an economic system which prefers and in fact creates scarcity and deprivation, crime will never go away.
If people have access to the necessities of life without servitude, debt, barter, trade, they behave very differently. You want all these things available without a price tag. Now then, you gotta have a price tag. Well, what'll motivate people? Man gets everything he wants, he just lay around in the sun. This is a myth they perpetuate. People in our culture are trained to believe that the monetary system produces incentive. If they have access to things, why should they want to do anything? They will lose their incentive. That's what you're taught, to support the monetary system.
When you take money out of the scenario,
how in the fuck am I not
there would be different incentives, very different incentives.
When people have access to the necessities of life, their incentives change. What about the moon and the stars? New incentives arise. If you make a painting that you enjoy, you will enjoy giving it to other people, not selling it.
I think most of the education that I've seen today is essentially producing a person for a job. It's very specialized. They're not generalists. People don't know a lot about a lot of different subjects. I don't think you could get people to go to war if they knew a lot about a lot of things. I think education is mostly rote, and they're not taught how to solve problems. They're not given the tools, emotionally or within their own field, of how to do critical thinking. A resource-based economy, the education would be very different.
Our society's major concern is mental development and to motivate each person to their highest potential. Because our philosophy is the smarter people are, the richer the world, because everybody becomes a contributor.
The smarter your kids are, the better my life will be. because they'll be contributing more constructively to the environment and to my life, because everything that we devise within a resource-based economy would be applied to society. There would be nothing to hold it back.
Patriotism, weapons, armies, navies, all that is a sign that we're not civilized yet. Kids will ask their parents, didn't you see the necessity of machines? Dad, couldn't you see that war was inevitable when you produce scarcity? Isn't it obvious? Of course the kid will understand that you were pinheads, raised merely to serve the established institutions. We're such an abominable, sick society that we won't make the history book. They just say that large nations took land from smaller nations, used force and violence. You'll get history talked about as corrupt behavior all the way along until the beginning of the civilized world. That's when all the nations work together. World unification, working toward common good for all human beings, and without anyone being subservient to anyone else, without social stratification, whether it be technical elitism or any other kind of elitism, eradicated from the face of the earth. The state does nothing because there is no state. There is no state. The system I advocate, a resource-based global economy, is not perfect. It's just a lot better than what we have. We can never achieve perfection.
The social values of our society, which has manifested in perpetual warfare, corruption, oppressive laws, social stratification, irrelevant superstitions, environmental destruction, and a despotic, socially indifferent, profit-oriented ruling class, is fundamentally the result of a collective ignorance of two of the most basic insights humans can have about reality: the emergent and symbiotic aspects of natural law. The emergent nature of reality is that all systems, whether it is knowledge, society, technology, philosophy, or any other creation, will, when uninhibited, undergo fluid, perpetual change. What we consider commonplace today, such as modern communication and transportation, would have been unimaginable in ancient times. Likewise, the future will contain technologies, realizations, and social structures that we cannot even fathom in the present. We have gone from alchemy to chemistry, from a geocentric universe to a heliocentric, from believing that demons were the cause of illness to modern medicine. This development shows no sign of ending, and it is this awareness that aligns us and leads us on a continuous path to growth and progress. Static, empirical knowledge does not exist. Rather, it is the insight of the emergence of all systems we must recognize. This means we must be open to new information at all times, even if it threatens our current belief system and hence identities. Sadly, society today has failed to recognize this, and the established institutions continue to paralyze growth by preserving outdated social structures. Simultaneously, the population suffers from a fear of change, for their conditioning assumes a static identity, and challenging one's belief system usually results in insult and apprehension, for being wrong is erroneously associated with failure, when, in fact, to be proven wrong should be celebrated, for it is elevating someone to a new level of understanding, furthering awareness. The fact is, there is no such thing as a smart human being, for it is merely a matter of time before their ideas are updated, changed, or eradicated. And this tendency to blindly hold on to a belief system, sheltering it from new, possibly transforming information, is nothing less than a form of intellectual materialism. The monetary system perpetuates this materialism not only by its self-preserving structures, but also through the countless number of people who have been conditioned into blindly and thoughtlessly upholding these structures, therefore becoming self-appointed guardians of the status quo. Sheep, which no longer need a sheepdog to control them, for they control each other by ostracizing those who step out of the norm. This tendency to resist change and uphold existing institutions for the sake of identity, comfort, power, and profit is completely unsustainable and will only produce further imbalance, fragmentation, distortion, and invariably, destruction. It's time to change. From hunters and gatherers to the agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution, the pattern is clear. It is time for a new social system which reflects the understandings we have today. The monetary system is a product of a period of time where scarcity was a reality. Now, with the age of technology, it is no longer relevant to society. Gone with the aberrant behavior it manifests. Likewise, dominant worldviews, such as theistic religion, operate with the same social irrelevancy. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, and all of the others exist as barriers to personal and social growth, for each group perpetuates a closed worldview, and this finite understanding that they acknowledge is simply not possible in an emergent universe. Yet, religion has succeeded in shutting down the awareness of this emergence by instilling the psychological distortion of faith upon its followers, where logic and new information is rejected in favor of traditionalized, outdated beliefs.
The concept of God is really a method of accounting for the nature of things. In the early days, people didn't know enough about how things formed, how nature worked, so they invented their own little stories. And they made God in their own image. A guy that gets angry. When people don't behave right, he creates floods and earthquakes. They say it's an act of God.
A cursory glance at the suppressed history of religion reveals that even the foundational myths themselves are emergent culminations, developed through influence over time. For example, a cardinal doctrine of the Christian faith is the death and resurrection of Christ. This notion is so important that the Bible itself states, "And if Christ be not risen, then is our preaching vain, and your faith is also vain." Yet it is very difficult to take this account literally, for not only is there no primary source denoting this supernatural event in secular history, awareness of the enormous number of pre-Christian saviors who also died and were resurrected immediately puts the story in mythological territory by association. Early church figures such as Tertullian went to great lengths to break these associations, even claiming that the devil caused the similarities to occur, stating in the 2nd century, "The devil, whose business is to pervert the truth, mimics the exact circumstance of the divine sacraments. He baptizes his believers and promises forgiveness of sins. He celebrates the oblation of bread and brings in the symbol of the resurrection. Let us therefore acknowledge the craftiness of the devil, who copied certain things of those that be divine." What is truly sad, however, is that when we cease the idea that the stories from Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and all the others are literal history, and accept them for what they really are, which are purely allegorical expressions derived from many faiths, we see that all religions share a common thread, and it is this unifying imperative that needs to be recognized and appreciated. Religious belief has caused more fragmentation and conflict than any other ideology. Christianity alone has 34,000 different subgroups.
The Bible is subject to interpretation. When you read it, you say, "I think Jesus meant this. I think Job meant that. Oh no, he meant this." So you have the Lutheran, the Seventh-day Adventist, the Catholic, and a church divided is no church at all. And a church divided is no church at all.
And this point on division, which is a trademark of all theistic religions, brings us to our second failure of awareness, the false assumption of separation through the rejection of the symbiotic relationship of life. Apart from the understanding that all natural systems are emergent, where all notions of reality will be constantly developed, altered, and even eradicated, we must also understand that all systems are, in fact, invented fragments, merely for the sake of conversation. For there is no such thing as independence in nature. The whole of nature is a unified system of interdependent variables, each a cause and a reaction, existing only as a concentrated whole.
You don't see the plug connected to the environment, so it looks like we're free, wandering around. Take the oxygen away, we all die immediately. Take plant life away, we die. And without the sun, all the plants die. So we are connected.
We really must take into account the totality. This isn't just a human experience on this planet. This is a total experience. And we know we can't survive without plants and animals. We know we can't survive without the four elements, you know? And so when are we going to really start taking that into account? That's what it is to be successful. Success depends on how well we relate to everything around us. I'm very aware of the fact that my grandson cannot possibly hope to inherit a sustainable, peaceful, stable, socially just world unless every child today growing up in Ethiopia, in Indonesia, in Bolivia, in Palestine, in Israel also has that same expectation. You got to take care of the whole community or you're going to have serious problems. And now we have to see that the whole world is the community. And we must all take care of each other that way. And it's not just a community of human beings. It's a community of plants and animals and elements. And we really need to understand that. That's what's going to bring us joy, too, and pleasure. That's what's missing in our lives right now. We can call it spirituality, but the fact of the matter is, joy comes from that bliss of connectedness. That's our God spirit. That's that side of ourselves that really feels it. And you can feel it deep inside you. It's this amazing, wonderful feeling. And you know it when you get it. You don't get it from money. You get it from connection.
Now, if that isn't a hazard to this country, how are we going to keep building nuclear weapons? You know what I mean? What's going to happen to the arms industry when we realize we're all one? It's going to fuck up the economy. The economy that's fake anyway. 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 Which would be a real bummer. You can see why the government's cracking down on the idea of experiencing unconditional love.
Once we understand that the integrity of our personal existences are completely dependent on the integrity of everything else in our world, we have truly understood the meaning of unconditional love. For love is extensionality, and seeing everything as you and you as everything can have no conditionalities. For, in fact, we are all everything at once.
If it's true that we're all from the center of a star, every atom in each of us from the center of a star, then we're all the same thing. Even a Coke machine or a cigarette butt in the street in Buffalo is made out of atoms that came from a star. They've all been recycled thousands of times, as have you and I. And therefore, it's only me out there. So what is there to be afraid of? What is there that needs solace seeking? Nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of because it's all us. The trouble is we have been separated by being born and given a name and an identity and being individuated. We've been separated from the oneness, and that's what religion exploits, that people have this yearning to be part of the overall one again. So they exploit that. They call it God. They say he has rules. And I think it's cruel. I think you can do it absent religion.
It's time to claim the unity our outmoded social systems have broken apart, and work together to create a sustainable global society where everyone is taken care of and everyone is truly free. Your personal beliefs, whatever they may be, are meaningless when it comes to the necessities of life. Every human being is born naked, needing warmth, food, water, shelter. Everything else is auxiliary. Therefore, the most important issue at hand is the intelligent management of the Earth's resources. This can never be accomplished in a monetary system, for the pursuit of profit is the pursuit of self-interest, and therefore imbalance is inherent. Simultaneously, politicians are useless, for our true problems in life are technical, not political. Furthermore, ideologies that separate humanity, such as religion, need strong reflection in the community in regard to its value, purpose, and social relevancy. Hopefully, through time, religion will lose its materialism and basis in superstition and move into the useful field of philosophy. The fact is, society today is backwards, with politicians constantly talking about protection and security rather than creation, unity, and progress. The U.S. alone now spends about $500 billion annually on defense. That is enough to send every high school senior in America to a four-year college. In the 1940s, the Manhattan Project produced the first true weapon of mass destruction. This program employed 130,000 people at an extreme financial cost. Imagine what our life would be like today if that group of scientists, instead of working on a way of killing people, worked on a way to create a self-sustaining, abundant world. Life today would be very, very different if that was their goal. Instead of weapons of mass destruction, it is time to unleash something much more powerful. Weapons of mass creation. Our true divinity is in our ability to create, and armed with the understanding of the symbiotic connections of life, while being guided by the emergent nature of reality, there is nothing we cannot do or accomplish.
Oh, what the fuck?
Of course, we face strong barriers in the form of established power structures that refuse to change. At the heart of these structures is the monetary system. As explained earlier, the fractional reserve policy is a form of slavery through debt, where it is literally impossible for society to be free. In turn, free market capitalism in the form of free trade uses debt to imprison the world and manipulate countries into subservience to a handful of large business and political powers. Apart from these obvious amoralities, the system itself is based on competition, which immediately destroys the possibility of large-scale collaborations for the common good, hence paralyzing any attempt at true global sustainability.
Yeah.
These financial and corporate structures are now obsolete, and they must be outgrown. Of course, we cannot be naive enough to think that the business and financial elite are going to subscribe to this idea, for they will lose power and control. Therefore, peaceful yet highly strategic action must be taken. The most powerful course of action is simple. We have to alter our behavior to force the power structure to the will of the people. We must stop supporting the system. The only way the establishment will change is by our refusal to participate, while continuously acknowledging its endless flaws and corruptions.
They're not going to give up the monetary system because of our designs of what we recommend. The system has to fail, and people have to lose confidence in their elected leaders. That will be a major turning point if the Venus Project is offered as a possible alternative. If not, I fear the consequences. The trends now indicate that our country is going bankrupt. The probability is our country will move toward a military dictatorship to prevent riots and complete social breakdown. Once the U.S. breaks down, all the other cultures will undergo similar things.
As of now, the world financial system is on the brink of collapse due to its own shortcomings. The Comptroller of Currency stated in 2003 that the interest on the U.S. national debt will not be affordable in less than 10 years. This theoretically means total bankruptcy for the U.S. economy, and its implications for the world are immense. In turn, the fractional reserve-based monetary system is reaching its theoretical limits of expansion, and the banking failures you are seeing are just the beginning. This is why inflation is skyrocketing, all debt is at record levels, and the government and Fed are hemorrhaging new money to bail out the corrupt system. For the only way to keep the banks going is by making more money. The only way to make more money is to create more debt and inflation. It is simply a matter of time before the tables turn and there is no one willing to take new loans, while defaults grow as people are unable to afford their current loans. Then the expansion of money will stop and contraction will begin on a scale never before seen, ending a century-long pyramid scheme. This has already begun. Therefore, we need to expose this financial failure for what it is, using this weakness to our advantage. Here are some suggestions. Expose the banking fraud. Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, and Bank of America are the most powerful controllers within the corrupt Federal Reserve System. It's time to boycott these institutions. If you have a bank account or a credit card with any of them, move your money to another bank. If you have a mortgage, refinance with another bank. If you own their stock, sell it. If you work for them, quit. This gesture will express contempt for the true powers behind the private banking cartel known as the Federal Reserve, and create awareness about the fraud of the banking system itself. 2. Turn off the TV news. Visit the emerging independent news agencies on the internet for your information. CNN, NBC, ABC, Fox, and all the others present all news pre-filtered to maintain the status quo. With 4 corporations owning all major media outlets, objective information is impossible. This is the true beauty of the internet, and the establishment has been losing control because of this free flow of information. We must protect the internet at all times, as it is truly our savior right now. 3. Don't ever allow yourself, your family, or anyone you know to ever join the military. This is an obsolete institution now used exclusively for maintaining an establishment that is no longer relevant. U.S. soldiers in Iraq work for U.S. corporations, not the people. Propaganda forces us to believe that war is natural and the military is an honorable institution. Well, if war is natural, why are there 18 suicides every single day by American veterans who have post-traumatic stress disorder? If our military men and women are so honored, why is it that 25% of the American homeless population are veterans? 4. Stop supporting the energy companies. If you live in a detached house, get off the grid. Investigate every means of making your home self-sustainable with clean energy. Solar, wind, and other renewable energies are now affordable consumer realities, and considering the never-ending rising cost of traditional energies, it will likely be a cheaper investment over time. If you drive, get the smallest car you can, and consider using one of the many conversion technologies that can enable your car to be a hybrid, electric, or run on anything other than establishment fuels. 5. Reject the political system. The illusion of democracy is an insult to our intelligence. In a monetary system, there is no such thing as a true democracy, and there never was. We have 2 political parties owned by the same set of corporate lobbyists. They are placed in their positions by the corporations, with popularity artificially projected by their media. In a system of inherent corruption, the change of personnel every couple of years has very little relevance. Instead of pretending that the political game has any true meaning, focus your energy on how to transcend this failed system. And 6, join the movement. Go to thezeitgeistmovement.com and help us create the largest mass movement for social change the world has ever seen. We must mobilize and educate everyone about the inherent corruption of our current world system, along with the only true sustainable solution, declaring all the natural resources on the planet as common heritage to all people, while informing everyone as to the true state of technology and how we can all be free if the world works together rather than fights. The choice lies with you. You can continue to be a slave to the financial system and watch the continuous wars, depressions, and injustice across the globe while placating yourself with vain entertainment and materialistic garbage. Or you can focus your energy on true, meaningful, lasting, holistic change, which actually has the realistic ability to support and free all humans with no one left behind. But in the end, the most relevant change must occur first inside of you. The real revolution is the revolution of consciousness, and each one of us first needs to eliminate the divisionary, materialistic noise we have been conditioned to think is true, while discovering, amplifying, and aligning with the signal coming from our true empirical oneness.
This first part's too hard.
It is up to you.
What we are trying during all these discussions and talks here is to see if we cannot radically bring about a transformation of the mind. Not accept things as they are, but to understand it, to go into it, to examine it, give your heart and your mind with everything that you have to find out a way of living differently. But that depends on you and not somebody else. Because in this there is no teacher, no pupil, there is no leader, there is no guru, there is no master, no savior. You yourself are the teacher and the pupil, you are the master, you are the guru, you are the leader. You are everything. And to understand is to transform what is.
Yeah, you did it. Did it. Stay out of the shit. Oh, that was the fucking
hammered into your head is the inevitable nature versus nurture, and that's at least up there with Coke versus Pepsi or Greeks versus Trojans. So nature versus nurture, this by now utterly oversimplifying view of where influences on how a cell deals with an energy crisis, up to what makes us who we are on the most individualistic levels of personality. And what you've got is this complete false dichotomy built around nature as deterministic. At the very bottom of all the causality of life is DNA and the code of codes and the Holy Grail, and everything is driven by it. And at the other end, a much more social science perspective, which is we are social organisms, and biology is for slime molds. Humans are free of biology, and obviously both views are nonsense. What you see instead is it is virtually impossible to understand how biology works outside the context of environment. One of the most crazy-making yet widespread and potentially dangerous notions is, oh, that behavior is genetic. Now, what does that mean? It means all sorts of subtle stuff if you sort of know modern biology, but for most people out there, what it winds up meaning is a deterministic view of life, one rooted in biology and genetics. Genes equal things that can't be changed. Genes equal things that are inevitable and that you might as well not waste resources trying to fix, might as well not put societal energies into trying to improve because it's inevitable, it's unchangeable. And that is sheer nonsense.
It is widely thought that conditions like ADHD are genetically programmed. Conditions like schizophrenia are genetically programmed. The truth is the opposite. Nothing is genetically programmed.
Crap is
They're
that?
very rare diseases. I mean, a small handful, extremely sparsely represented in the population, that are truly genetically determined. Most complex conditions might have a predisposition that is a genetic component, but a predisposition is not the same as a predetermination. The whole search for the source of diseases in the genome was doomed to failure before anybody even thought of it, because most diseases are not genetically predetermined. Heart disease, cancer, strokes, rheumatoid conditions, autoimmune conditions in general, mental health conditions, addictions, these are none of them genetically determined. Breast cancer, for example, out of 100 women with breast cancer, only 7 will carry the breast cancer genes. 93 do not. And out of 100 women who do have the genes, not all of them will get cancer.
Genes are not just things that make us behave in a particular way regardless of our environment. Genes give us different ways of responding to our environment. In fact, it looks as if some of the early childhood influences of a kind of child rearing affect gene expression, actually turning on and off different genes to put you on a different developmental track, which may suit the kind of world you've got to deal with.
So, for example, a study done in Montreal with suicide victims looked at autopsies of the brains of these people. And it turned out that if a suicide victim, these are usually young adults, had been abused as children, the abuse actually caused a genetic change in the brain that was absent in the brains of people who had not been abused. That's an epigenetic effect. Epi means on top of, so that the epigenetic influence is what happens environmentally to either activate or deactivate certain genes.
In New Zealand, there's a study that was done in a town called Dunedin, in which a few thousand individuals were studied from birth up to into their 20s. What they found was that they could identify a genetic mutation, an abnormal gene, which did have some relation to the predisposition to commit violence, but only if the individual had also been subjected to severe child abuse. In other words, a child with this abnormal gene would be no more likely to be violent than anybody else, and in fact, they actually had a lower rate of violence than people with normal genes, as long as they weren't abused as children.
Great additional example of the ways in which genes are not be-all, end-all. Fancy technique where you can take a specific gene out of a mouse, that mouse and its descendants will not have that gene, you have knocked out that gene. So there's this one gene that codes for a protein that has something to do with learning and memory, and this fabulous demonstration, knock out that gene and you have a mouse that doesn't learn as well. Ooh, a genetic basis for intelligence. What was much less appreciated in that landmark study that got picked up by the media
Oh my
left and right is take those genetically impaired mice and raise them in a much more enriched, stimulating environment than your normal mice.
Oh my God.
And they completely overcame that deficit. So when one says in a contemporary sense that, oh, this behavior is genetic, to the extent that that's even a valid sort of phrase to use, what you're saying is there is a genetic contribution to how this organism responds to environment. Genes may influence the readiness with which an organism will deal with a certain environmental challenge. You know, that's not the version most people have in their minds.
Oh, God
and
damn it.
not to be too
How did I get
soapboxing, but run with the old sort of version of it's genetic, and it's not that far from a history of eugenics and things of that sort. It's a widespread misconception, and it's a potentially fairly dangerous one.
One reason that the sort of biological explanation for violence, one reason that hypothesis is potentially dangerous, it's not just misleading, it can really do harm, is because if you believe that, you could very easily say, well, there's nothing we can do to change the predisposition people have to becoming violent.
Oh,
all we
yeah.
can do if somebody becomes violent is punish them, you know, lock them up or execute them. But we don't need to worry about changing the social environment or the social preconditions that may lead people to become violent, because that's irrelevant.
The genetic argument allows us the luxury of ignoring past and present historical and social factors. And in the words of Louis Menand, he wrote in the New Yorker, very astutely, he said, "It's all in the genes, an explanation for the way things are that does not threaten the way things are. Why should someone feel unhappy or engage in antisocial behavior when that person is living in the freest and most prosperous nation on earth? It can't be the system. There must be a flaw in the wiring somewhere," which is a good way of putting it. So the genetic argument is simply a cop-out, which allows us to ignore the social and economic and political factors that in fact underlie many troublesome behaviors. Addictions are usually considered to be a drug-related issue, but looking at it more broadly, I define addiction as any behavior that is associated with craving, with temporary relief, and with long-term negative consequences, along with an impairment of control over it, so that the person wishes to give it up or promises to do so, but can't follow through. And when you understand that, then you can see that there are many more addictions than simply those related to drugs. So there's workaholism, there's addiction to shopping, to the internet, to video games. There's the addiction to power. People have power, but they want more and more and more. Nothing is ever enough for them. Acquisition, corporations that must own more and more. The addiction to oil, or at least to the wealth and to the products made accessible to us by oil. Look at the negative consequences on the environment. We're destroying the very earth that we inhabit for the sake of that addiction. Now, these addictions are far more devastating in their social consequences than the cocaine or heroin habits of my downtown East Side patients. Yet they're rewarded and considered to be respectable. The tobacco company executive that shows a higher profit will get a much bigger reward.
No, I don't want to be a part of that.
He doesn't face any negative consequences legally or otherwise. In fact, he's a respected member of the board of several other corporations. But tobacco smoke-related diseases kill 5.5 million people around the world every year. In the United States, they kill 400,000 people a year. And these people are addicted to what? To profit. To such a degree are they addicted that they're actually in denial about the impact of their activities, which is typical for addicts, is denial. And that's a respectable one. It's respectable to be addicted to profit no matter what the cost. So what is acceptable and what is respectable is a highly arbitrary phenomenon in our society.
Oh my Lord.
And it seems like the greater the harm, the more respectable the addiction. There's a general myth that drugs in themselves are addictive. In fact, the war on drugs is predicated on the idea that if you interdict the sources of drugs, you can deal with addiction that way. Now, if we understand addiction in a broader sense, we see that nothing in itself is addictive. No substance, no drug is by itself addictive, and no behavior is by itself addictive. Many people can go shopping without becoming shopaholics. Not everybody becomes a food addict. Not everyone who drinks a glass of wine becomes an alcoholic. So the real issue is what makes people susceptible, because it's the combination of a susceptible individual and the potentially addictive substance or behavior that actually then makes for full flowering of addiction. In short, it's not the drug that's addictive, it's the question of the susceptibility of the individual to being addicted to a particular substance or behavior. If we wish to understand what then makes some people susceptible, we actually have to look at their life experience. The old idea, although it's old, but it's still broadly held, that addictions are due to some genetic cause is simply scientifically untenable. What the case is actually is that certain life experiences make people susceptible. Life experiences that not only shape the person's personality and psychological needs, but also their very brains in certain ways. And that process begins in utero. It's been shown, for example, that if you stress mothers during pregnancy, their children are more likely to have traits that predispose them to addictions. And that's because development is shaped by the psychological and social environment. So the biology of human beings is very much affected by and programmed by their life experiences beginning in utero.
Environment does not begin at birth. Environment begins as soon as you have an environment. As soon as you're a fetus, you are subject to whatever information is coming through mom's circulations, hormones, levels of nutrients. Great landmark example of this, something called the Dutch hunger winter. 1944, Nazis occupying Holland. For a bunch of reasons, they decide to take all the food and divert it to Germany. For 3 months, everybody there is starving. Tens of thousands of people starve to death. What the Dutch hunger winter effect is, if you were a second or third trimester fetus during the starvation, your body learned something very unique during that time. As it turns out, second, third trimester, something that your body is going about trying to learn about the environment is, well, how menacing of a place is it out there? How plentiful? How much nutrients am I getting by way of mom's circulation? Be a fetus who is starving during that time, and your body programs forever after to be really, really, really stingy with your sugar and fat, and what you do is you store every bit of it. Be a Dutch hunger winter fetus, and half a century later, everything else being equal, you are more likely to have high blood pressure, obesity, or metabolic syndrome. That is environment coming in a very unexpected place.
You can stress animals in a laboratory when they're pregnant, and their offspring will be more likely to use cocaine and alcohol as adults. You can stress human mothers. For example, in a British study, women who are abused in pregnancy will have higher levels of the stress hormone cortisol in their placenta at birth, and their children are more likely to have conditions that predispose them to addictions by age 7 or 8. So in utero stress already prepares the ground for all kinds of mental health issues. Israeli study done prior on children born to mothers who were pregnant prior to the onset of the 1967 war. These women, of course, are very stressed, and their offspring have a higher incidence of schizophrenia than the average cohort. So there's plenty of evidence now that prenatal effects have a huge impact on a developing human being. The point about human development, and specifically human brain development, is that it occurs mostly under the impact of the environment and mostly after birth. Now, if you compare us to a horse, which can run on the first day of life, we see that we are very undeveloped. We can't muster that much neurological coordination, balance, muscle strength, visual acuity until a year and a half, 2 years. And that's because the brain development that in the horse happens in the safety of the womb, in a human being has to happen after birth. And that has to do with simple evolutionary logic. As the head gets larger, which is what makes us into human beings, the burgeoning of the forebrain is what creates the human species, actually. At the same time, we walk on 2 legs, so our pelvis narrows to accommodate that. So now we have a narrower pelvis, a larger head. Bingo, we have to be born prematurely. And that means that the brain development that in other animals occurs in utero, in us, occurs after birth. And much of that under the impact of the environment. And the concept of neural Darwinism simply means that the circuits that get the appropriate input from the environment will develop optimally, and the ones that don't will either not develop optimally or perhaps not at all. If you take a child with perfectly good eyes at birth and you put him in a dark room for 5 years, he'll be blind thereafter for the rest of his life, because the circuits of vision require light waves for their development. And without that, even the rudimentary circuits present and active at birth will atrophy and die, and new ones will not develop. There's a significant way in which early experiences shape adult behavior, and even and especially early experiences for which there's no recall memory. It turns out that there are 2 kinds of memory. There is explicit memory, which is recall. This is when you can call back facts, details, episodes, circumstances. But the structure in the brain, which is called the hippocampus, which encodes recall memory, it doesn't even begin to develop fully until a year and a half, and it's not fully developed till much later. Which is why hardly anybody has any recall memory prior to 18 months. But there's another kind of memory, which is called implicit memory, which is in fact an emotional memory, where the emotional impact and the interpretation that the child makes of those emotional experiences is ingrained in the brain in the form of nerve circuits ready to fire without specific recall. So to give you a clear example, people who are adopted have a lifelong sense of rejection very often. They can't recall the adoption, they can't recall the separation from birth mother, because there's nothing there to recall with. But the emotional memory of separation and rejection is deeply embedded in their brains. Hence, they're much more likely to experience a sense of rejection and a great emotional upset when they perceive themselves as being rejected than other people. That's not unique to people who are adopted, but it's particularly strong in them because of this function of implicit memory. People who are addicted, given that they, according to all the research literature, certainly in my experience, the hardcore addicts virtually were all significantly abused as children or suffered severe emotional loss. Their emotional or implicit memories are those of a world that's not safe and not helpful, caregivers who are not to be trusted, and relationships that are not safe enough to open up to vulnerably, and hence their responses tend to be to keep themselves separate from really intimate relationships, not to trust caregivers, doctors, and other people who are trying to help them, and generally see the world as an unsafe place. And that's strictly a function of implicit memory, which sometimes has to do with incidents they don't even recall. Infants who are born premature are often in incubators and various types of gadgetry and machinery for weeks and perhaps months. It's now known that if these children are touched and stroked on the back for just 10 minutes a day, that promotes their brain development. So human touch is essential for development. And in fact, infants who are never picked up will actually die. That's how much of a fundamental need being held is to human beings. In our society, there's an unfortunate tendency to tell parents not to pick up their kids, not to hold them, not to pick up babies who are crying for fear of spoiling them, or to encourage them to sleep through the night. You don't pick them up, which is just the opposite of what the child needs. And these children might go back to sleep because they give up and their brains just shut down as a way of defending against the vulnerability of being abandoned really by their parents. But their implicit memories will be that of a world that doesn't give a damn.
A lot of these differences are structured very early in life. In a way, if you like, the parental experience of adversity, how tough life is or how easy it is passed on to children, whether through maternal depression or parents being bad-tempered with their kids because they've had a hard day or just being too tired at the end of the day. And these have very powerful effects, programming children's development, which we know a lot about now. But that's early sensitivity isn't just an evolutionary mistake. It exists again in many different species. Even seedlings, there's an early adaptive process to the kind of environment they're growing up in. But for humans, the adaptation is to the quality of social relations. And so early life, how nurturing or how much conflict, how much attention you get, is a taster of the kind of world you may be growing up in. Are you growing up in a world where you have to fight for what you can get, watch your back, fend for yourself, learn not to trust others? Or are you growing up in a society where you depend on reciprocity, mutuality, cooperation, where empathy is important, where your security depends on good relations with other people? And that needs a very different emotional and cognitive development, and that's what the early sensitivity is about. And parenting is almost, quite unconsciously, a system for passing on that.
The Dow Jones stock average dipped under 4,000 points today.
You see it in the stock market's volatility.
It's
violent wealth loss.
It's bad for the rich people. Can you imagine how bad it is for me and you?
Good evening, America. I'm Jay Knight. Our nation is slipping deeper and deeper into a crisis never seen before. Oil and gas shortages have crippled manufacturing and transportation across...
While conflicts in the Mideast have virtually cut off all oil imports to the United States.
What are you saying? Are you saying that the American people aren't taking care of their own country?
Global States Oil Corporation suffered yet another major spill off the Gulf Coast.
We're seeing an unprecedented, totally unexpected
And as a result,
collapse.
rail travel has reemerged as the only affordable means of freight and passenger transportation.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to propose a bill to make it illegal to fire employees from profitable corporations.
Our government has put a moratorium on all wage increases and recently passed the Fair Price Bill, restricting increases in the price of most goods and services. This is your wake-up call, America.
Another government relief ship was hijacked late last night by pirate Ragnar Daneskjöld.
Violence and crime are skyrocketing throughout the nation.
Engage. Not locked up. Shift into manual.
evening, and welcome to the J Knight Hour. My guests tonight are James Taggart, CEO of Taggart Transcontinental Railroad, Wesley Mount, a noted Washington lobbyist from the Philadelphia law firm Young, Stevens & Sachs, and Ellis Wyatt, the oil and gas entrepreneur who is responsible for the current economic boom in Colorado. My first question is to Mr. Taggart. Sir, your company is one of the few managing to survive in our current economic downturn. Yet there have been dozens of derailments on your lines in the last year alone. How do you explain that?
With any growth, there can be growing pains. And people shouldn't have to worry about how they're going to get where they need to go. We must act to benefit society as a whole.
People aren't going to be going anywhere without oil. That means the railroads like Mr. Taggart's need to be fixing their railways here instead of adding new ones like those.
A cup of coffee.
Do you have any money?
Our motto is
I got plenty of money.
Taggart Transcontinental is committed to sharing the burden in these tough
Hey, what happened to you?
by expanding our lines into more and more territories.
Who's John Gall?
We don't need more rail lines. We just need the ones we have to be reliable.
Mr. Mouch, let me ask you, what can the government do to help turn things around?
Well, prices are too high. We have a nation in crisis. Every business must lend a helping hand, Mr. Wyatt. Gasoline prices are $37.50 a gallon. The Mideast has imploded, creating a worldwide oil shortage.
We have plenty of oil right here in the U.S.
Enjoy.
But because of political shenanigans, the backroom
One
deal,
slice
we're still
of cherry
dependent on
pie,
foreign
as
oil.
usual.
The problem now is reliable transportation.
And Taggart Transcontinental is providing Wyatt Oil excellent rail transportation in order to get his oil to the people.
Your Rio Norte line is so incompetent that I've had to switch to the Phoenix Durango.
Yes, after years of excellent service from us.
From your father. Since you've taken the reins, that company's gone right
Gentlemen,
downhill.
let's stay on
Everybody
topic.
knows
Oil
that.
prices have caused consumers to be less reliant on trucks.
Kidding me? You couldn't get my
Stay
grandma
dry now.
from Denver to Chicago.
I've had a wonderful day streaming the World of Warcraft, and
Count on companies like
I
Taggart
appreciate
Transcontinental.
Mom for coming in here and dropping some stars and checking it out.
Who's asking?
Someone who knows what it's like to work
I
for
look
himself,
forward
not with others'
to
feet up
getting
the
on the
coffin for the
stream another time.
Funny.